Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the work session meeting for December 10th, 2024. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And we'll have our retired firefighter, Mark Iannucci, lead us. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If we could remain standing for a moment of silence as we remember all of those that are victims of violence, and thank those first responders who keep our streets safe and our military who keeps our country safe. Thank you. Amen. So we're going to open up with a public hearing. We're going to convene a public hearing to consider an MS4 stormwater management permit and tree removal permit application submitted by Pani Industries, Inc. for property located at 2991 Hickory Street. Mr. Pani, if you could.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We're just looking to get approval so we can start building a new house on that area.
Okay, did you have a presentation today here or no?
I don't think I need a presentation.
Okay, all right, no, I thought I heard someone say you were presenting. So, Dan, why don't you come up as well?
And these are the comments we've received.
Thank you.
And this is the affidavit posted.
Affidavit, I have some written, thank you.
Good evening. So this is one of these applications where we've actually talked about tweaking the thresholds for administrative permits. It's a single-family home with a septic system and stormwater, and what it does is it puts the application above the threshold for administrative permit. So here we are. I mean, it's a straightforward single-family home, but like I say, it crosses that threshold, so the town board is the approval authority on this application.
Gotcha.
We really don't have any objections to it. We have a memo out there from August, which a couple of minor comments, so we'll be working with the engineer to wrap that up. But otherwise, as long as that's incorporated into the resolution, we're good to go with the application.
Very good, I see your memo in here.
Here's mine.
I think it's the same one I have. March
Yep.
Yep. Oh, no, this is March 1st.
This one is,
21st, thank you.
Yeah,
let me
that's
see the address.
August 21st.
So your concerns are minor?
It all seems pretty there. I also have comments from the Conservation Board. So determining with a qualified arborist any dead, dying, or invasive trees of the 32 to be removed. Removal of dead and diseased trees are permitted by the tree ordinance and should be removed. And then we'll know the required mitigation. We have Planning Board just asking engineer to look over it twice. And County Planning said not our jurisdiction. All right, and looks like Will's email from March 1st is similar to yours. A couple things that look like they've been taken off the August email. All right.
I have a question. What is the tree mitigation plan for 32 trees being removed?
I was ready for the tree board to give me,
You got to talk to the mic.
oh, sorry. I was waiting for the tree board to give me some type of guidance for what they wanted in replacement of, and I haven't heard from them, so I'm not sure what they're looking for.
Have you looked at the tree code to see what your
I have.
options are? Well,
Yeah, we
what would
have.
you suggest?
I'm talking to an arborist now, and he said he would put together a I'm sorry, not stormwater.
Tree
a
mitigation.
Mitigation plan.
All right, well, I don't think we can vote for this without, I would adjourn it until we at least have a tree mitigation plan. And also, what about your stormwater?
Stormwater's been
Has that been reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, but I think we definitely need a tree mitigation plan.
I'm sort of the feeling also that the engineering
The
who would be
land.
looking at that could look at the tree mitigation.
That's not, I think that's something that the tree commission and the conservation board
Yeah.
will want to look at.
Yeah,
No, but-
conservation does want to look at, did you have an arborist look at the trees for diseased and
I've had a meeting with an
invasive?
arborist out there, yes.
Okay.
Are we able to put this as a condition in the resolution? Because I am looking at pictures of it, and obviously, it was a 1960 home, and there's a lot of invasive bearberry trees and weeds that have now grown extensively. You bought it last May, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So in all fairness, are we able to, since you're obviously familiar with the stormwater, he's in touch with an arborist, before it can move forward, can the resolution state that the condition would be that the tree can, the trees would have to be sorted?
Well, if we just condition the resolution, as I stated earlier on our last memo that was in play, and I suppose you could just condition on it that they prepare a plan that's acceptable to the tree.
Advisory.
Yeah. Is that, I'm asking you if you think that's okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
we won't issue the permit until whatever conditions you put.
What
in.
is it, a half acre?
No, it's an
Uh,
acre.
It's an acre.
It's an acre, yeah.
And it's going from a 2-bedroom to like a 4-bedroom?
It's a 3-bedroom house.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying in total? Yeah.
As long as no permits are issued, especially no building permit, until the tree commission and conservation board have reviewed the mitigation plan for the tree removal.
Yeah, the building permit shouldn't issue until this permit's issued.
Of course.
All right.
There's a concession, a line.
So it just follows procedure, municipal law. All right, I mean, I think Councilwoman Howard has a good point. I don't think there's a need to have this gentleman come back and delay it.
Well, we're not going to have a resolution tonight regardless, but we still need to hear from the public if anyone's here to speak of it.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, that's fine.
all right, let's, do we have anyone from the public to speak on the property of 2991 Hickory Street? Sure, you step up to
Step
the
You gotta
mic.
come to the mic.
Introduce yourself and,
All I know is I live next
ma'am, can
door.
you please
Okay.
introduce yourself?
I am Antoinette Noto, and I live at 2999 Hickory Street.
Okay.
And we tried to buy that property 20 years ago. Nobody was selling it then. I know very little about all of this. The one thing that stayed in my mind is about flood control, because I live next door. Will that affect, because we have groundwater,
Of course.
and we have had drains put in our basement. That's how we bought the house, with drainage around it, and we still get water in the property. So, and I don't know about the people across the way, if that would affect their property, because they're on a kind of slopes down that way. Ours slopes in the back. So I guess that's a really important question for us about groundwater.
That's a great question.
And that's actually what our hearing's about. I'll ask the engineer to step up to the microphone and he could explain a little bit about the MS4 stormwater plan and where we stand with that and what they'll be looking for.
And Ms. Noto, one of the things that the stormwater plan does is to be sure to manage any excess water. And when it comes to the trees, it wouldn't be there would be trees, and if they needed to be replaced, the tree advisory board would do that as well. So just so that you're familiar with what they do.
So,
Yeah, this particular property pitches pretty much straight to the back, where there's a water course down sort of the end of the property. So generally speaking, the water sheets off the property, but as part of the development plan, our stormwater requirements have us putting in infiltrators and other practices to ensure that the runoff coming off the site doesn't exceed the pre-development levels.
Can you elaborate on what the measures are besides the infiltration? Filter?
I
What
believe
else?
I think it's just infiltrators that are proposed.
Will there be any swales, any rain gardens, any whatever?
Well, not if it goes into the back. If it goes into the back, normally it would be like a drip to slowly go to what would be saturated, but
Yeah.
it's on
but
a pitch, right? The gravity pitch?
Well, the storm is going to infiltrators in the front of the property.
No, I'm just saying, Susan, when there's a swale or whatnot, it's because the water holds and then it has to be separated. If it's going down, it might just be a holding and then
Well, if there's, is Hemlock behind Hickory, so if it drains to the rear, it's draining to Hickory, and is there a house behind it on Hickory?
There's an actual water
It's a
thing.
water
there.
course.
Yeah.
So the water will never make it back up the
Alright.
hill to
Right.
the other side.
But just in terms of the infiltration and any other measures, because sometimes it's a combination. So I'm just asking,
That's-
what's the combination of measures?
No, it's infiltrators, and that's our standard protocol typically for single-family homes.
Especially in the way that this one will be positioned, it will be positioned for the water to go where the water is. Now, granted, if it rains the way that it rained one day a long time ago, we're never going to talk about that day again. And we're all going to have swimming pools in our backyard,
Yeah, no, we can't alter watersheds and
of course.
fix something by sending the water someplace
Correct.
where it doesn't go pre-developed.
And you looked at this, and what you're looking at and what you're proposing now, you're happy with, you're satisfied with, and you think it's going to be effective.
Yes,
Is that accurate?
yes.
Are you guys
you.
happy with do you have a better understanding of?
I have a better understanding. We're the leftovers. We were supposed to get sewers 1,000 years ago, but that didn't happen and it was too expensive. So
Okay.
Okay.
But
Well, we're here if you need us.
I urge you to monitor once the site is built and to monitor any of the runoff. Yeah, thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on this? No. All right, at this time, I'd like a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 And then, Dan, if we could work on
Adding that line.
work on a resolution for next week, I would appreciate that. And then we can move through, and please make sure we copy the tree commission in on everything. I know there's been a little bit of disruption there, but let's see what we could get and get them on board. If not, ask Conservation to give a little more input into their thoughts on it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Happy
You
holidays.
too. Happy holidays.
Well, we might see you next week if you come in for your resolution, but,
I hope so.
God willing.
all right.
Go, or you can stay.
So next, we're going to convene a public hearing to consider a proposed local law to amend Chapter 300 of the Town Code of the Town of Yorktown entitled Zoning Regarding Recycling Facilities. So this is a little housekeeping on some stuff that needed to get cleaned up. We are entering all of the comments, written and verbal, into the record from last meeting. And to remind, the board did vote, I believe, in a 5-0 majority to remove it. I do not think there's been much change. So, but if you have anything to add to bringing the recycling facility or leaving it in our code, please feel free to step up to the microphone. If you are against it, as I said, we've already had that comment. We're just doing some housekeeping on the enacting resolution.
We got a lot of comments via email that they were against taking it out. I think there's a misunderstanding.
Yeah, what they meant.
All right, and I want to make sure everyone understands, at the last time this came up, the town board decided to eliminate recycling as a use in that zone. We still feel at this point the same way. If there's anyone here that is in favor of it and wants to talk about that, you are more than welcome to. So I will open the floor to comments.
In favor of leaving it.
Yes, if you're in favor of leaving it in there, not taking it out. We have already decided
We've
we
already
wanted
taken
to
it out.
take it out. We have the comments that on the people who want to take it out, but we have to.
Just house cleaning of
We
the
ha-
language of the resolution.
Right, we have to reopen it by law and take any comments. As I said, we already have quite a record saying, no, we do not want it there.
And the record that says, no, we don't want it there, needs a different punctuation somewhere in the language. So we have to open it, close it, just to even make a small punctuation difference. But nothing's changing.
You could come to the microphone, Joanne.
Yeah, but I want to say that.
I know the drill. Hi, good
Hi,
evening. Joanne Silic, Yorktown Heights. I don't know if this is part of housekeeping, but we did collect more
petitions against it. And that's all I'm here for, to deliver them to our town clerk, Diana Quest. And thank you for
Thank
all your
you.
work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Boy, this is the shortest I've ever.
A little shorter than the last one. All right, so no one else, or anyone else for the public comment?
Looks like no one else.
All right, we do have some written comment against the amending, but it's saying that they do not want the recycling facility, as was pointed out. So at this point, can I have a motion to close public hearing?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. And then for consideration, adopt local law number 18 of 2024 to amend chapter 300 of the Code of Town of Yorktown entitled Zoning regarding the recycling facilities, which removes the use of recycling facilities out of our light industrial zone. Can I have a motion?
I'll make that
Are we
motion.
going to do it on neg deck first? Do we have to,
The negative deck is actually included in this resolution.
in the
that you
resolution?
adopt.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you for bearing it with us for our cleanup.
Thank you.
We're going to open to some discussion now. Toll Brothers, discussion and possible decision with the reason that our package is so large today. We have some. We have their whole negative deck in here, neg deck in here, and do we have the?
That kind of thing's on the bottom of your agenda. Should be your neg deck and lead agency and secret.
Right, seeker, lead agency, neg deck, all there, okay. All right. Hi, Mr. Cooper.
Good. Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. Dave, hi, how are you? David Cooper, partner with the law firm of Zarin and Steinmetz, here representing the applicant. Toll Brothers proposing to redevelop the site with a 118 unit active adult townhouse community. With me tonight is Kevin E. Moses from Toll Brothers, who you know well as my colleague Jacqueline Cohen. We see that there are two resolutions before the board. We're happy to answer any questions or go through them. We had a comment or two on the resolution regarding the rezoning, but before we go into it, happy to answer any questions or dive right into the resolutions.
Okay. I have some comments. My comments fall into two categories. One I'll call process, and then the other I'll call issues, specific issues with the language of the resolution. In terms of the process, as a town board member, I think we all received this last Wednesday, okay? And then we received the negative declaration is part of seeker, which basically a negative declaration says there are no adverse environmental impacts from this development. That's what a negative declaration is. And you also referred to you made an updated FEF submission on December 3rd, and that was online. It's like a 400-page, document that I think should be made available to the public. Thank you for including the neg deck and the resolution in the agenda, by the way, so that residents could see that. My concern, again, from a process point of view, is that there were changes in your December 3rd submission, and that especially dealing with issues like erosion control and a new preliminary stormwater permit. I don't know that the town board has had any chance to review that in any detail, to have any discussions. I'm not sure if staff has reviewed that. The planning board certainly has not reviewed that. So from a process point of view, I'm concerned about that. What I'd like to suggest tonight is that we not vote on this resolution. For one reason, I have submitted some changes to the text, which I think need to be reviewed. I think the public should be able to see the complete FEAF online. And also the public should have a chance to comment on the resolutions at courtesy of the floor next week, since the hearing is closed and there's no chance for the public to speak tonight if they have any comments on the resolution. Also, I would like to hear, and this will go into my substantive comments more deeply. I would like to hear from the Watershed Inspector General's office regarding the steep slope issue, because I don't think they have had a chance to review the changes in the December 3rd. Regarding the resolution, these are specific texts, and I did send it to the board on Monday. I have issues with the language dealing with the field home. One of the issues says the field home will, that Toll Brothers will convey it to the town for a nominal sum. I'm sorry, but I don't know what nominal means, and would like some clarification on that. I also had other issues dealing with the field home. Some of them have been made, and I did receive suggested change in the language this afternoon from the planning director, but I have some issues with that language. It has to deal with the time frame for when Toll Brothers will convey the field home to the town, and other issues relating to that. So I think that is an issue that needs to be discussed. And I remind the board that since there is going to be a time frame, that if the town doesn't act within a certain time to accept the field home, that then Toll Brothers will be able to do whatever it wants with that. And I have been asking this board for months to do an RFP on the status of the field home, and we still have not resolved that.
So Susan, let me...
Wait, can I just go on for the rest of the rest?
Well, I'd like to hit that point because it's a lengthy one, and I want to make sure I address everything.
right.
So when you're done with this point, let me respond.
Just
on
the
that.
field home, or you want me to go with my other point?
No, the field home.
That's the crest with the field. Also, there's language in the field home. As much as I firmly want the field home preserved, I don't think there's any guarantee that it can be preserved, and because if the town doesn't take ownership of it in any way, and it's left up to up to Toll Brothers, Toll Brothers might not necessarily require whoever it sells it to preserve it. So I think the whole language about preservation has to be tweaked some, because we're not guaranteeing the preservation as much as I want to see the building preserved. That's the substance of the field home.
So if I could address, so first off, the timing was actually my request. I do not want this left open as an indefinite thing that goes on and on and on and on and on. And I do not want the town to be real estate agents. We should not be owning buildings. Now, if we could find someone who wants to come in and has a great project on the RFP, and I think that you made some comments that I know I looked and answered some of them on your red line. I know John Tegeter and I had a conversation about it, and it's something that does still need a little more tweaking, but I don't feel it's appropriate to hold up a project based on our getting this out. But that's why I want the time limit.
I agree.
Because I want to make sure that we are moving. Now, if we go through, right now the time limit that's proposed is 1 year from the signing of the plat, which may be 2 years from today. So at that point, if we can't do anything in 730 days, and we don't get anything in that time frame that works, I hate to say it, I don't want the building.
Neither do I, and I have made that position very clear. All I'm saying is, in terms of this resolution, that it's not in the best of form to be voted on tonight, because even John Tegeter has suggested alternate language because of that 1 year thing and some other parts to it. And you can see I have marked up even some of the comments on his language that I would like. It just needs more looking at, and it could be easily done tomorrow.
I think that our attorney has sent something, and that's fine. I want to make sure, though, you understand that after like I said, 700 and actually it's 365, so 730 days, 2 years, let's say. If we're not able to do anything, and they have to find someone, we can't guarantee, and I don't think it's appropriate to say it, because I look at the other historical structures we've tried to save, like the Bernstein house, like the barn, the Zeno barn, which is still sitting in a trailer over by the parks, the only one, and that has been successful and has been pushed by John Tegeter, was our railroad station and the depot. So I think we have the person that really, really wants to make sure that that heritage is there, working on this RFP to make sure it's
And
right.
didn't John, didn't you want to get a consultant to help you out to
He did.
preserve it? You know, and you didn't want that.
No,
You didn't want that.
It
But-
was
but now,
done.
you know,
It was done,
I
and
know
the
that. I know
consultant.
that, but you didn't want it. And the whole idea of this is to preserve the building. It's a beautiful building. We want to preserve it, and we're giving it 2 years to have an outside consultant that knows and has their finger on the pulse more than anybody here.
The consultant has submitted his report. I have commented last week. I have made a few suggestions and very minor edits on the consultant's comments. So what I'm saying is it is ready. It is ready to be adopted by this board. And that's why it should be done, because of the time frame, because I agree with you 1,000% that the town should not own the building. We have a short time frame, whether it's 1 year or 2 years, and there's language here that the time frame, the clock starts when either we do the resolution or when there's a site plan approval, and whichever is earlier or later, and there's a difference between earlier and later, and that has to be clarified. The language has to be clarified. That's all I'm saying in
Well,
terms
I
of
do
tonight's
believe- right.
terms of tonight's action. We agree totally that one, we want to see it preserved. Two, we don't want it. We don't want to be the owners. We're in total agreement. The issue is, let's get that RFP out so we can move this process along before Toll Brothers takes control of the building and does what it wants. And the town stands potentially to get a lot of money if we get the building, if they're going to give it to us for, quote, a nominal sum, and then we can turn around and sell it to a private developer who's going to do it according to some plan that we approve. We could sell it to them and make money.
Or,
All right.
or probably lease it, which.
Or lease it or whatever. So there
Right.
is an income potential for us. Let's get moving.
Absolutely,
There are
Susan,
other
but that's the
issues.
whole purpose. But once again, I've stated this many times, I do not believe that we hold up projects based on our needing to get an RFP out for our benefit when you know what, they could have just said, hey, you know, we don't want to offer it, we want to just bulldoze it.
I'm not holding up the project. I'm holding up this resolution for
Okay.
1 week so that language gets clarified.
I want to be very clear.
Because this is only one issue of the language that needs to be clarified. I have other.
I know that John and Adam were working on it via email today. So, John, was there any further resolve on some of these issues, that language issues?
Well,
I sent everything to you, so Dave has everything that was changed. It's just like 2 or 3 sentences that have been amended in the paragraph.
2 or 3 seconds of the
Yeah.
sentences that were amended. I'm repeating that just so Tom doesn't lash out at you.
all right, but there are some other sentences that I am concerned about. There's a sentence in the resolution. Toll Brothers has offered to give money. I think it's $150,000 for the Hunter Brook Field, to upgrade the Hunter Brook Field. But the language also says that the planning board has flexibility, that they could change that plan if they so desire. I think that flexibility should be taken out. If you're doing $150,000 to upgrade Hunter Brook, let's not give the planning board any discretion to change that. That's one thing. Another more substantive issue is
there
throughout these discussions, Toll Brothers has said that
Wait, hold on. John, can you come up, please? I'm sorry. I didn't read that. See, and I speak multiple languages, and I didn't read that in the resolution that Toll Brothers would take that out, or that the planning board has the right to take it out.
at the discretion of the planning board, the language is there. I
At the
don't-
discretion of the planning board. So, and I understand we can rewrite it a million times. So I just want to be very clear, because I'm trying not to cut off people. They don't want the 2-acre lots where the field home is on. It is our request to be able to go ahead and shop it to see if we can bring someone in to take over that property.
No, we're talking about the Hunter Brook Field. We're not talking about
But
the field home.
Hold on. That's the money goes there. I'm sorry for the beginning. So you said that until these RFPs come out and we have noise from the RFP or interest in the RFP, that we need to still clarify this language and not do this, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what are you actually saying? Because I'm hearing two different things. Number one, I'm hearing that Toll Brothers has told us we do not want anything to do with this property. If you love it and want something beautiful on it, we're giving you the right to take it back for $1, or you can find someone else to use it. That should not be holding up anyone else's job.
All I am saying is that the language in the resolution regarding the disposition of the field home needs to be changed. In fact, John Tegeta has suggested some alternate language.
No.
So even he is suggesting some alternate language, and I'm saying that I have some additional comments about John's language.
Let's hear
that
the
needs
comments,
to
and
be-
maybe we can make some corrections.
So let's have them go to John, not Mr. Cooper.
So,
Sorry, Mr.
wait,
Cooper.
so that was, I thought we were finished with the field home discussion. Then
I know, but I want to be very clear that I think they're two different things.
John, is it customary to have that clause about the planning department being able to change that?
It doesn't say that they can
definition?
change it. It says that they have to make their determination as they have to under
No matter what.
the state law.
Okay.
And our own town code, chapter 195.
Thank you.
So
All right, so that's
It doesn't
sort of a
cha-
moot
it
point.
It doesn't change
That's legal language.
this condition. They have to go through the process to review that as a matter of what's required by the code. So
Okay.
that's
All
why
right,
that's
let me
there.
go on to the next item. During all of the discussions,
That's much different.
during all of these discussions, Toll Brothers has said that in addition to its to the to the Hunter Brook that it was going to do, it was going to pay the recreation fee. In fact, it says in the neg deck,
Yes.
Yes.
but it does not say anything about paying $472,000 rec fee in the resolution.
Because your planning board, under New York state law, has to make a determination that the rec fee is necessary instead of on-site recreational. This board doesn't have site plan approval jurisdiction, cannot make that determination in its resolution. What it can do, because it's a secret lead agency, is identify it as a potential mitigation measure. But it's got to go to the planning board during the site plan review.
Okay,
So
but it-
what Toll Brothers is saying is we envision, we anticipate that that's what the site plan review, the site plan
Is
approval
going to tell us that we have
is
to
going
do.
to tell us. So we're identifying it up front. It's not a bait and switch.
then put it in the resolution.
Well, you're not.
No.
You can't under New York state law.
But
They
that
can't-
it's the intent to do that.
But we don't write intents and resolutions.
It's the intent.
We're
to,
videotaping this.
all right.
Madonna,
That
all
means
right.
that means nothing. That means nothing
All
to
right.
the planning board.
It doesn't.
All right. Let me
So-
go. Let me go on. These are my other issues. You don't have to accept them, but these are the issues. Okay.
Continue.
Sewer mitigation, which is a big issue. You're proposing to provide monies that would roughly eliminate, you anticipate 60,000 gallons of flow. And that would be sufficient to deal with the excess flow into the plant. I have never seen a number that says that what the excess flow is. Is it 60,000, 70,000, 150,000?
It's in the EAF, and it's been in the EAF since day one.
Can you tell me what that number?
I don't have it.
I would like to see that number because I've never seen that.
Hold
Also,
on, time out. Hold on. You've said you've never seen it. I just need to correct the
Okay,
record.
I stand corrected.
What you're saying is, what is the anticipated demand of sewer? What's the
No.
anticipated? No, hold on. That's what that measure is saying. The measure is saying we anticipate that approximately 60,000 gallons is going to be generated. Sewage is going to be generated from the project, right? We're going to take
30.
Okay.
Dan, you could come up too. I know that's why you walked
Kevin E.
in.
Moses, Toll Brothers. Great to see everyone this evening.
Thank you.
38,940 gallons is the projected sewer flow for the project. We have offset that by the required mitigation of 1 to 1.5 to come to approximately 60,000 gallons of I&I mitigation, translating to approximately $170,000 of budgeted mitigation for the project.
what I'm looking for, and I have never seen, is what is the excess flow to that plant now? And with the mitigation that you're proposing, okay, when you subtract out what you're adding and what you're going to save by the mitigation measures, is the plant still over capacity? That's my concern. Are we still adding sewer?
You're not.
No, you're saving roughly 30,000 from what you're adding and subtracting. So let's say we benefit by 30,000 roughly. Is the plan still going to be over capacity? Over capacity. That's my concern, and that's never been addressed. But also, your mitigation is 1 to 1.5. The county memo recommends a ratio of 1 to 3. So I never had a chance to raise this issue before. This is the first time I can raise it as to why the town accepted such a low mitigation ratio. The other factor that I am concerned about going forward, adding this project into thing, is there been no discussion. The town is currently waiting for bids to come in on doing an I&I study for the Peekskill system. The bids are due December 12th. We don't even know what the I&I is going to cost, and that's just to do an I&I study, which could potentially identify many hundreds of thousands of dollars of measures that will have to be done, and this is an unknown for that problem-plagued pump station. So I just have concerns that aren't being fully looked at. Next.
Hold on, Dan, could you step up and talk a little bit about the sewer?
I just have concerns going on, and I think we're papering over issues. I am not against your development.
Susan, I want to address them. I don't think it's really appropriate to some of this stuff be addressing at this point in the game. Dan, can you talk a little bit about the...
Yeah, and the only thing is your characterization of papering over it is inconsistent with what has gone on over the last 3 years. I'll let Dan talk about it, but this isn't as if the first time we've heard or evaluated this project.
And Susan was at every meeting as well. So.
But I didn't have a chance to speak.
Dan, what can you tell me about the pump station?
A couple of things. First off, we did receive some ARPA money that we're applying to doing some major upgrades to that station, replacing pumps and some of the electrical stuff. Separate from that, we do know we do have an inflow and infiltration problem, as demonstrated by the flow monitoring that was done, and in particular the area that's tributary to that station. So that being a known, we have to correct it. During normal flows, during dry weather, the station is certainly appropriate, and then some for the flows we have now and anticipated flows from the Toll Brothers project. So the inflow and infiltration is really the rub. So we will be doing this sanitary sewer evaluation study with closed circuit TV work. And I guess the only place I diverge from the Toll Brothers proposal is that there's a dollar amount in there, and really what we need to do is to, what was originally proposed is the 1.5 multiplier, that they offset that, and these leaks will be identified through the process we'll be embarking on early next year. So we can then quantify leakage, and perhaps if we, find, we actually already found some big ones that were substantial. So we think, the television inspection is going to reveal some more, and we'll work with Toll Brothers to get those corrected. And if we can basically get rid of those peaks that occur during storms, then the station is in good shape to handle the tributary area that goes to it.
Hey, Dan, one quick question. The 1.5 modifier, is that standard for Yorktown?
We don't have like a standard.
Okay.
We just wanted to have.
Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah,
that number?
That was what we proposed to Toll Brothers early on in the process, and they did do some manhole evaluations, but we weren't getting the sense we could really sink our teeth into quantifying what they found. What we saw would really, some degree, paled in comparison to some of the leaks we found during our own investigations. So I think we can accomplish a lot by identifying these trouble areas. So we're doing the new part of the district, which is basically on the west side of, say, Pine Grove Court, roughly, to the town line. the old your old neighborhood, that was the older system, which DEC didn't flag as a high infiltration area, but based upon the age of the system, they're old transite pipes. We have a high expectation we're going to find some problems in there. So between those two things, I think we can more than offset the flows proposed by this development.
So Dan, this is pretty much consistent with the September 3rd/4th marathon meeting of our 8-hour meeting.
Your
that-
birthday?
Yes, when I turned 59 in a town board meeting. This is pretty much consistent with all of that still, because I know that's where we had a public hearing and had a tremendous amount of comment on it from the board, including a 4-page letter read into the record.
Yeah, and that 1.5 multiplier, which was really the crux of the discussion, that's what we represented to Toll Brothers, and they,
You don't want to move the playing field at this
I
point in the game.
Yeah, in fairness to the applicant, and I'm hopeful we'll find some more stuff and offset even more than, especially, if we find some low-hanging fruit, that 170,000 may go a long way.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Susan, would you like to continue with your?
Yeah, I'll go beyond the sewer issue. Steep slopes, an issue that I did raise at that marathon meeting. Some changes have been made in your December 3rd submission. I would like to have the Watershed Inspector General's office review that, because I don't know if it satisfies the concern. These don't have to be debated now. I am just raising my concerns with the resolution, that I don't know that has been sufficient.
But Susan, I do think it's appropriate, because I think like the Watershed Inspector General dropped this.
No,
didn't
they did
back in
not.
September?
They have not reviewed the new plan.
Hold on, time out. Again, it's not a new plan. You're making it sound like what was submitted in December 3rd is something new that nobody has seen. What was submitted in December 3rd was just summaries of what we've already discussed over the last 3 years, and certainly from September until today. Don't make it sound like suddenly this lead agency, any involved agency, whether it be the WIG, whether it be the planning board, or any other agency that has sent their comments to this board over the last 3 years, that they haven't seen what's before your board today. That what was asked of us was for a clarification as to where the steep slopes were and what was being disturbed. That hasn't changed. You just wanted more information. That was provided to you. That's it. It's not changes to the plan. It's not changes to any mitigation that's before you. It's not changes to any basis in the record for which there's a negative declaration before you right now.
So just to be clear, you made no changes on December 3rd that had to do with the steep slopes.
No, that was just you asked for additional information as to where the steep slopes are and what was the proposed mitigation. And it's all provided.
The issue that we're discussing, this resolution is based on a neg deck, okay, which says no significant environmental impacts. What's happening on the steep slopes, and there are roughly 8 acres of the site that are slopes in excess of 15%, and 15% is generally considered steep slope after 15%. The December 3rd submission made a very specific change that instead, in response to the Watershed Inspector General's comments, concerns about the steep slope issue, is that instead of doing the project all in one phase, they're going to split it up in 3 phases, and they're going to do appropriate erosion and control measures, erosion measures to satisfy that. So the issue is this a significant adverse impact? That is the issue, and all I'm saying is I can't understand that whole issue, and I would like to see if it's going to be a insignificant or significant adverse impact, which is basically the neg deck response.
You said
and
this.
I would like to see somebody.
What's this? What when you said I want to see if this is an adverse? What is this?
I'd like to see some professional comments on that, because I'm not qualified.
What's that? What are you say, what are you saying is the potential
changes
impact?
the changes that you made to do 3 phases.
It's just the order of the construction of the same project, that there's no change. What do you?
I don't know if that changes, and I don't know if
well-
if the watershed office, which had concern about it, it said, well, now this looks better. I'm less concerned about it. That's all I'm raising. The other issue that again gets to the slope issue is the comment in the resolution, and I don't have the language in front of me.
Susan,
Is-
I can address that phasing thing.
All right.
Because the original proposal was to do all the excavation in one phase, which was never going to fly with the DEP. The state general permit requires that you try and limit your disturbance to 5 acres at a time. So ultimately, after the site plan that the planning board would be, that they'd be perfecting, that site plan, when it went to the DEP for their review of the stormwater pollution prevention plan, would have easily end up with 3 phases, if not more.
All right.
So it's an improvement as opposed to, taking away from, it isn't creating more of an impact. It's a safer way to proceed with the project.
I'll accept that. Okay. The other issue dealing, and it relates to the steep slopes, the planning board back in one of its early memos had a lot of concerns about the steep slope issue. And I'm concerned, what I would like to see some language changed where this has to go, after you pass the rezoning, it has to go to the planning board for site plan approval, obviously, where some of these issues will be worked out in greater detail. I would feel more comfortable with language that says a maximum of 118 units, but it could be, the planning board could reduce that if it has concerns about the steep slopes. I don't want to be locked into 118. That, again, I'm just saying that that's one of my concerns. The final issue is traffic. I think at the Marathon public hearing, issues were raised about the traffic study, that it wasn't done when it didn't count school bus impact, which is on Catherine Street, and it also was before Trader Joe's was concerned, and that it didn't look at the intersection of Old Compound Road and Pine Grove, where the school bus is coming from Catherine Street, and they create a problem. I'm not saying that Toll Brothers project will create an added and change the level of service at that intersection. I don't know that, but I'm just saying it wasn't reviewed with the added impact of school buses plus the Toll Brothers traffic. It just has to be looked at because that is a bottleneck now, which may or may not change the level of service. I don't know. Again, these are concerns that I have.
And I just want to be clear.
And on an editorial thing, you said, and I called this
I'm
out
understand.
last week, this is very minor, but you referred to an October submission, and then when I questioned that and I said, send me the October submission, I was told there was no October submission. That just should be deleted from the resolution.
If I recall, when we discussed at the Marathon meeting, which, Susan, you had made a comment that you said that you didn't have a chance to speak, but you were at the Marathon public
Well, I
hearing.
raised some of these issues.
So, but you did have a chance to
Yeah.
speak. I'm just saying, what you said and what actually happened are,
Okay.
very, very different. But when we were talking about the traffic at the Marathon meeting, is that what we're calling it? When Ed turned 50, when Ed turned
My
21.
birthday party.
When Ed became legal.
It turned 100.
Let's not do another one tonight.
When we were, when we were at that meeting, we did discuss the traffic, and I think you guys informed us that you added additional numbers to the traffic, to the current traffic study.
They took
to
known projects
accommodate.
into account.
Correct. Actually,
Am I
think
accurate?
what yes, and I think the October references to the October meeting that we had with you when our traffic consultant was here with us and went through with this board. Susan, I believe you were here. The new numbers and the question about the
So that was the October submission.
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe that's what that reference is to. Don't quote me if that was a September, October or September. Or
I
was
think
it,
that was September 3rd.
All I know is when I saw that and I saw the October and December and I asked for those submissions, that's when I got the link for the December 3rd. and then the answer came back in an email, there was no October
Yeah,
submission.
it might be a reference to when Phil Greeley was here
okay.
testifying.
So you guys did
I
do, you did do
stand
the traffic
corrected on
study.
that. These are just my concerns,
added
and
extra
then I would
ones.
like the public to have a chance at courtesy of the floor next week to comment on the resolution, and I just would like to see a few changes in the language, I think mostly dealing with the some of the timing on the field home, and I just have some minor edits to some of the issues in John Tegeta even recognized that the language needed to be changed. And again, what's a nominal price?
I just, all I'm saying is, I mean, you know.
It's
in
1
your-
week delay.
In your concerns, you know, you conflated some language, you tried to circumvent state procedure, which they clarified. You know, you alluded to some kind of a bait and switch, which really, I think they mitigated that. They clarified that. You know, again, you said you didn't have a chance to speak when you were at the marathon meeting. We call it the marathon meeting because we wanted to hear from the public, and that's why. And there were many people from the public that spoke. So you know, when you say you want to have the public, give the public a chance to speak, I think we gave them the chance. They had the chance to speak on a number of occasions. And
Written comment.
you know, and then we had the traffic issue, which, of course, at that marathon public meeting, that was also discussed in great detail. So, I don't know if anybody has any other
Well,
questions.
I was just asking the clerk, she didn't, you don't have to, she'll grab it. We have quite a voluminous amount of public comment on this. As Diana said, I think her quote was a huge file.
She's going to get it. And I also want to say that I hear everyone's concerns, and I also am really, regardless, I'm not spending anybody else's money, but I'm grateful for what you've done, John, and what Dan's done, because no one has a magic 8 ball to know everything exact until we're in it. But you know,
Look, I for one know, having been on the board twice before, that I don't necessarily accept every public comment. You know, so that's the given. We
understand
don't
that,
accept
but-
every
but-
public
But
comment.
to say I want to give the public an opportunity to speak, we've had quite the opportunities.
Well, but
and quite
this is the
quite
final
written record.
resolution, and I think at least
But
Susan,
Susan, when it gets to the
aren't-
resolution point, I hate to say it, but the public hearings were over.
yeah.
So
Let them
I think it's hurry up and wait.
Right.
And
And you're the
I'm
first
okay
one
with
to
this
say, we got to move on this. We can't just keep dragging our feet.
Thank you.
You're the first one that says that all the time.
I've been
And
saying
so
that
far, so
on-
far you said no on the first public hearing, said no on this one. You know, you
No,
can't
I've
have
been-
it both
I've been
ways. You
saying-
can't have it both ways.
I've been saying move
all.
on the field home thing, and we're still not
Charlie.
there. And you're talking about, I don't know, if you go with the current resolution, the field home, you have 1 year. 1 year from, if you vote for this today, you have 1 year to
no,
make your
whichever is
decision.
greater. And I think
Earlier.
in the new language, John, is it set to the plat? Because I thought I saw that with the final email from Adam.
guys, if anybody's watching the RFP that John put out there by his specialist, which was amazing, and they hear that we are talking about hypotheticals and not talking about the nitty gritty or the efforts that a potential developer is putting in or the public is saying, they're not going to want to come here and fix this field home. I'm just warning you.
John,
It's set to the plat and the signing of the plat and the
thank
site
you.
plan, which
Right.
is usually concurrent, but it's never more than a few weeks apart or a month apart. So
Right.
Is signing of
but the site plan and the plat, let's say from this point, what is the time frame on that? Probably
Ballpark.
6 months to a year, I would say.
yeah, 6 months to a year.
So it is
The re-
inaccurate to say
it's-
we only have 1 year.
It's close. It could go a little longer. And so when I asked this group here to put in the signing of the plat and the site plan, I was looking for appropriate, adequate time to get what we need to get done. And as the process of the project is moving forward up until approval, I feel personally that that is time that we should be able to use to get this done, not necessarily a long time before the project is actually finished. So that's why I asked them to add that in, and they agreed.
John,
So
let
you
me ask
pretty
you.
much extended the time by doing that, you
It
not
extended-
inadvertently.
Right. It extended the time along the timeline that the project will take to be approved. And I think that's
So
fair
it's
and
not
reasonable.
accurate to say we only have 12 months.
No, you can't tell what we have. But if you left only the 12 months in, you would just have the 12 months, even if the site plan and the plat went 14 months.
So potentially, you could be 12 months for the plat, another 12 months to find someone, and then if we have to extend it 2 more 6 months.
No.
I would expect that sometime in the springtime, you will start getting responses to the RFP. You'll know where you are with the response to the RFP, okay? That's what I think. But still, in order to finalize those things and really understand where you're going and to make sure that the interest does not wane from some of these folks, I think that having the additional time during the pendency of the review process is fair, and I think that they agree with that as far as I've had discussion with them up until today. Then they can comment on that if they care.
John, can I go out? Don't go. This is a technical question, and I'm sorry. I apologize for not knowing the answer to this. When you say signing of the plat, is the signing of the plat sometimes conditional on certain conditions of the site plan resolution being met?
It is.
Okay. One of the conditions is likely to be that you have to get approval from the Army Corps of Engineers. You've already said that you're going to need Army Corps.
Yes, you always have to get all approvals from all agencies under the law.
Before you sign the plat.
Yes.
I think you will acknowledge that sometimes the Army Corps can be difficult to deal with, and sometimes you can wait. I think it was said the other night that, who was it was saying that they've asked in July and they're still waiting for Army Corps. Where did I hear that? I don't remember if it was.
I heard the same
Are
thing,
you
and I
saying now
also
that we
don't
have
remember
more
where.
than the 12 months?
Well, if you read the language, it says the town will accept title to the field home lot, because it's the lot, the building and the 2+ acres, within 1 year from the adoption of this resolution or the signing of the plat and site plan by the planning board chairman, whichever is later. So it could be that if you don't get the Army Corps and no other conditions are met, it could be a holdup with DEP, for example.
It could.
So it could be later. The town will have the option to extend the date of the conveyance in 6-month increments up to 1 additional year.
I think that was asked to be removed because of the timing that it would probably take to get the plat signed.
So you're taking out that language.
We're taking out the language of the additional time. And I agree because, once again, as I stated earlier, I don't want us to not have deadlines. I want to make sure things are out, but I also want us to realize that if the RFP doesn't come back with anything, and we put it out again and tweak it, and it doesn't come back with anything, and we put it out again, it doesn't come back with anything, I don't want someone on a town board, whether now or future, to tell our taxpayers, well, we're going to take it anyway because we think someone might take it down the road, and then it becomes another Bernstein house that's a blight on our community that we can't do anything with, and we own, which then we have a problem. So.
We've already
Told
said
you,
we don't want it.
All right.
No,
so,
I know,
so,
I know,
So
but
John's
that's-
language in this email isn't even the final language because he's still
I
changing.
think we have some corrections. as
Well, I
said
haven't
before.
seen any corrections. And then it says the applicant at closing shall contribute $150,000 to the town to be used. That's the maintenance. Is that if, let's say, it takes 2 years to get the plat signed, is that $150,000 each year?
I hope not, because they shouldn't have to do that.
It's $150,000.
Period. Okay.
If we take the building, so one of the
No, if we haven't made a decision because we're still waiting for the plat to be signed, because it says whichever is later. So
if you read it all, the 150 comes to us when we accept title, and only if we accept title.
Okay, all right.
That's it. And it's
Okay.
150,
All right. For
no less, no
maintenance.
more.
All right.
That's for the maintenance of the of
Okay,
the
so
house.
where's the
Maintenance and
final?
other expenses related to the preservation effort. That's one of the things that I added.
So where's the final language?
That's got nothing to do
Well-
with the field, with Hunter Brook Field, with the money going to it. That's separate.
Right.
Yeah.
But
That's totally separate.
before we go to this is
be
the
clear.
rezoning resolution. Could we finalize the neg deck and vote on the neg deck and then talk about that resolution? Or just
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we do have the quite lengthy neg deck in here. Let me just find. Thank you. All right. So for consideration by the town board, a negative declaration for the secret determination of significance by the town board with respect to the adoption of a local law to amend the zoning map of the town of Yorktown pursuant to section 300-206 of the town code to rezone the property known as 2302 and 2448 Catherine Street, SBL 35.12-1-2 and 35.08-1-45 from RSP3 and R140 to RSP2 zoning district. The proposed redevelopment of a portion of the property with a 118-unit, 55-plus active adult townhouse community. Okay, so that is for consideration to have a negative declaration on this.
Can I, just one edit on page 28? I think there's an inconsistency between the neg deck and language in the resolution.
What do you got?
Page 28, the second major paragraph where it says, the applicant is also proposing certain off-site improvements on Catherine Street, the construction of the 6-inch rolled asphalt. See that line?
Yep.
Okay. If I'm reading correctly, it says that the curb will only be along the project site's frontage. If you read the resolution, the curbing is supposed to be from their frontage up to Old Compound Road, which is a significant difference.
It's accurate. It's supposed to go up to Old Compound Road.
That's in the resolution, which
yeah,
I think
which-
is more binding.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think you need to amend the neg deck because of that, because it's actually, less impactful to go all the way.
Okay, I'm
So,
just
yeah.
pointing out the inconsistency, that's all.
Okay.
Good catch.
Because I was concerned that the curbing had to be to Old Compound Road.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a good
we're green
catch.
too. Yep.
Yep, I missed that.
All right,
All right. So can I have a motion? Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Does anyone want to second it?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
I'm not concerned that there are no significant environmental impacts.
So with respect to the rezoning resolution, you want to just go through that second, the condition number 2, or you can-
So there was some suggested language from John that came through. There were a couple of edits to those, which I think is the latest and greatest that you've referred to, Ed. Really, the latest and greatest strikes those 2 additional extensions of 6-month increments and sticks with 1 year from the resolution or of the neg deck.
Wait, is it the earlier or whichever?
It's
is
the
ear-
latter of, Susan, between the adoption of this resolution or the signing of the plat and the site plan. And I would just mention that
Latter or later? I read later. Later, you said latter. Yeah.
one and the
Well,
same.
Okay, all right, just make sure. Because the plat's going to take longer
Tomato,
than the
tomato.
resolution. All right.
Neither here nor there. I will just note that this started with signing of the site plan. John had added signing of the plat, which, to your points tonight, actually extends that time. That is a give that Toll Brothers was willing to make, and I just wanted to make note of that. Also, there were some tweaks to, I guess maybe it's sentence 5 in here, final lot configuration, et cetera, et cetera. There were some changes to that language, which I believe John
Read that change.
has endorsed. Sure. The meets and bounds of the field home lot will be determined by the planning board based on a conceptual site plan, even if non-conforming, reflecting one of the adaptive reuse options identified during the secret process to ensure proper site considerations are achievable in support of reuse and preservation, such as parking, ingress, egress, and conceptual engineering treatment measures without affecting the project as described above. Lastly, the last sentence in this stanza, the temporary sale of office will be removed by the applicant and the area left clean, graded, and seeded. The only editor addition here comes at the very end of that sentence after the comma, should the town accept title. Again, I think these are mutually agreeable changes to the language that John had suggested, and we would kindly ask that the board adopt them.
And just so everyone understands, there, on the southwest part of the property, towards the street are some old trailers, construction trailers that they never took down, and it adds nothing to the property, so we would like told to remove it, which they agreed to do and get rid of, even if we own the property, because it makes it more attractive for the actual uses and gives the probably gives a little bit more parking in that structured area.
Can you state whether, when this gets to the planning board, do you feel that they're locked into 118 units? Can they decide I want 115 units?
As the negative declaration, which this board just adopted, makes clear, the redevelopment of this site with an 118 unit townhouse development that's proposed would not result in any significant adverse impacts. And so for the planning board to say, we think the density's got to be reduced for any project, doesn't matter if it's a Toll Brothers project, any project, one that's out on the agenda tonight or any other one, there has to be an impact associated with that, right? The zoning allows that density. So in order for the planning board, town board, any municipal agency to say, well, you can't build what's allowed under the code, there has to be an impact that's established in the record, which supports that determination. So I know you're trying to ask me whether or not the planning board is, quote, locked in. I don't know what that means, locked in. What I can say, no, let me finish. What I can say is that every involved agency, like any other secret review, has to make determinations that are consistent with the negative declaration that this board just adopted. And so it's my opinion that if the planning board were to say, no, we're going to reduce the density, right? I don't think there'd be a basis, an empirical basis, a factual basis, or a scientific basis in the record to support that.
That's my concern, because I know from the earlier planning board memo, and I know from planning board concerns, granted prior planning board concerns that were concerned about building on a slope on another development, that they're not going to have any flexibility when they get to review this. And that's why I would feel more comfortable with a maximum of 118 and give the planning board that additional flexibility to review it if they so choose to do it. That's one of my.
Well, let me ask my director of planning, since he happens to be sitting here. John, can you take the podium a second? With the work that's been done on the last 3 years on this, do you feel comfortable with the 118 unit? I know there was the concern about the slopes, which was addressed. What is your?
Well, it came in as 134, I think, so it's already been reduced. I think the record reflects that there is that 118 units in the manner that they've laid it out on this property is manageable, and that any impacts can be mitigated. I think that's where we're at. So the answer is yes. I always look to the site planning process with an open mind, but I think in the case that we have here, you have the seeker record before and will now be closed, and the planning board, not that they won't have flexibility, but they have to abide by the fact that the 118 units as laid out on the property will not have a significant adverse impact, and I think that's where they'll go with it. Will they move things around? Will they turn houses on their side and make something fabulous? I hope they do. But in terms of unit count, I think the density there has been borne out to not have those impacts, and I think they will abide by that, and they are, under the law, required to abide by it.
What was the original project that was approved years back up there for how many units?
It was 103 units, I think. It was a field home project.
Okay, so fairly close.
Fairly close, different building, a little bit different. But
And you're comfortable with the 118, which you have said already, and you've looked into it extensively. I know you have. So I mean,
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the 118, but of course, from this
I'm not sure why we're having this discussion
from this
about the
moment
118
forward,
now
the
at
point
this
is
point
to
in the game,
make
but
is to make the project as that much more better as we can.
Right.
I mean, that's what we're aiming to do from this point forward. But I think we've established the unit count through this process.
I think just one short additional comment, and this gets to the unit count. The town historically subtracts wetlands when it's determining unit count, and this whole project with 8 acres of land on slopes in excess of 15%, some in excess of 25%, I think has raised the issue in my mind whether this town board at some future date has to take a look at revising the zoning code, and just the way we eliminate wetlands and wetlands buffer when we calculate allowed density, that we maybe subtract out the steep slopes. That's just for future reference.
Yeah. We could definitely look and see how it's addressed in some of our neighboring communities and look at that.
Especially because Yorktown is either rock or water.
Yeah. All right.
We're either blasting or draining.
So at this point, for consideration, adopt local law number 19 of 2024 to amend the zoning map of the town of Yorktown pursuant to section 300-206 of the town code to rezone the property known as 2302 and 2448 Catherine Street, SBL 35.12-1-2 and 35.08-1-45 from RSP 3 and R140 to RSP 2 zoning district. The proposed redevelopment of a portion of the property with a 118-unit, 55-plus active adult townhouse community. Anyone want to move this?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have it?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Roll call vote on
Oh, roll call? Okay.
Roll call.
that. Councilman Esposito.
Aye.
Councilwoman Howard.
Aye.
Supervisor Lachman.
Aye.
Councilman Murphy.
Aye.
Councilwoman Siegel.
Nay.
Quickly, on behalf of Toll Brothers, I wanted to thank the board and this community for being engaged in this process. We appreciate your focus, your attention, your commitment, and we really look forward to our next steps.
Well, I will say that I appreciate working with you and your team. Something that I don't think ever got out into the public was the fact that there's an additional investment of about $50,000 in EMS equipment being donated for each of our ambulances, which is very much appreciated. I know the Toll Brother name. I know the Toll Brother product. I know the pride that your company has in what they do. So I know it'll be a great project. But I've been very, very uplifted by your commitment to the community and making sure that you are trying to be good neighbors versus just, we're in here for, as cheap as possible and make as much as we can. You've proved otherwise. I know you want to make money. I follow your stock. I know that it does pretty well. I think you guys had earnings come out.
Tough day.
No, that's
tough day
okay.
today.
Oh, did they have a tough day? I didn't see. I know your earnings.
I
were
never
coming
watch it.
It was probably a
Small
good
day.
idea. But I heard this morning that their earnings were coming out. So, you know what? You definitely put a human face on a corporation, you and your
Yeah.
team, and I thank you for that and working, and I look forward to continued working with you. And
That means a lot, and we also look forward to
Yeah.
continuing to work with the
I
town.
got to tell you, when I came to you with the concern about the soccer field, I know you have the recreation fees you didn't contest, and you also came up with an additional $150,000 for the upkeep and remodeling of potentially of the Hunterbrook Field to accommodate the kids.
I would also say that if the planning board objected to the $150,000 donation, I would object to that itself. So,
It's ultimately it's up to them to consider it, but your offer's on the table, and I appreciate that.
and it will continue to be.
I just want to tell you that I remember when you guys did the development in Armonk. I had worked for regardless. I was an executive assistant at the time. I was only a child. And even the workers in that development of homes were gentlemen. And it's really nice to do business with gentlemen. And it's really nice to do business with people that have integrity to their word. And I just want to tell you that no matter where things may go, it's been a pleasure doing business with you.
Thank you so much. That means a tremendous amount. Thank you.
And just let me add that even though I voted no, I have no problem with your development, okay? And I do welcome you to the town, and I know Toll Brothers will do a good job. I just had some very specific environmental issues. And give a message to your corporate people. Thank you for your past sponsorship for the opera.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Have a terrific
good night,
evening.
I like the scruff.
night.
Looking good. Yeah, yeah, that's it.
Good night.
That's how many times
Have
we
a great
saw
holiday,
you.
all right?
All right.
I know. His stock is going up.
We still got a long way to go, so
You guys have a
Thanks,
great
Cooper.
holiday season, okay? All right.
we have a couple
Hi,
people
Jonathan.
to help us out as we're reevaluating our law. We're coming up with an expiration on moratorium. We have a presentation on safety measures and hazards for large-scale battery energy storage systems. And I welcome to the microphone Deputy Chief Mark Iannucci, retired of the Yonkers Fire Department, and former Yorktown resident, too.
Yes, 17 years in Yorktown, yes. I still miss it.
I know you do.
We're over in Croton at this time, so we're not too far away. But I'd like to thank you all for inviting me to speak tonight, to the council, the administration, and the supervisor himself. I'm here to speak tonight just to give some information on battery energy storage systems, which I'll use as an acronym for the rest of this presentation as BESS, B-E-S-S. I speak with this with no condemnation or no acceptance of any projects. I just am putting out some information so we all understand that. Information I've gathered over the years from my expertise, and I've gained that expertise, as the supervisor said, from the city of Yonkers, 33 years as deputy chief. I hold a master's degree in emergency services management. I'm a New York State certified code enforcement official and a national certified fire protection specialist. I've also been contracted by an international battery energy storage company headquartered in Rye, Varda, as their safety specialist over the years. We can switch to the next. Battery energy storage systems, or BESS, are increasingly used in the United States. But just like any other structure, there can be risks related to their specific use, like issues specific to gas stations, electric substations, nuclear power plants, and water treatment plants. Incidents at BESS facilities can be caused by specific factors, which can include manufacturing defects, the batteries themselves, battery damage, either in transportation or when they're installed, improper installation, and the one that we're kind of hearing more of nowadays is thermal runaway. And let me explain a little bit about what thermal runaway is. Thermal runaway is caused by either a mechanical damage, poor air circulation, or some type of internal or external electrical short or issue. It's an uncontrolled self-heating element inside of a battery. What that battery does, it continues to heat over and over. You can switch to the next, thank you. What that heating does, it generates flammable and toxic gases, which can include gases such as carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, hydrogen, methane, ethane, and other hydrocarbons. They can reach heats high enough to produce an ignition on those gases, sometimes in the temperature range starting at 400 degrees and running up to 1,000 degrees. This phenomenon now is noted by the National Fire Protection Association, and they are out finding people to understand what this is going to do to the community. So it weighed in, the next one please, the International Association of Fire Chiefs have set up guidelines for any crews that respond to any of these fires. They basically say to you that there should be an emergency operation plan in the community put into effect, training all staff on response to the incident. The incident basically, either in a commercial or a utility, you have to follow that pre-plan. You do not enter the structure itself unless there's a life safety hazard involved. Control the unit, the power to the unit, ventilate the area, and protect any exposed buildings. Next. Okay, New York State Homeland Security and Emergency, the Office of Fire Prevention and Control, their emergency response is similar to the Chiefs Association. They do mention the use of thermal imaging cameras. They do mention the use not to use water. That's all depending upon the manufacturer and what they say about how to control their situation. Air monitoring is important no matter any incident because of carbon monoxide that is given off in a certain radius. Next. Okay. Just to give a quick example of the combustion process that happens in any situation, whether it's in a battery storage, whether it's in a fireplace, whether it's at home, flammable liquids. It's what's called the fire tetrahedron. Tetrahedron is a four-sided figure. Every one of those sides of that figure has to be in conjunction and processed to keep a combustion burning. If you put water on a fire, you reduce the heat element down past its ignition temperature. You will now control the combustion process and you will not burn. Majority of fires are put out with water. The second idea, if you smother a fire, you cut off its oxygen. If you eliminate the fuel, if it either burns itself out or you remove the fuel source, you've now controlled and eliminated the combustion. And the fourth side, this now became the tetrahedron. Years ago, it was a fire triangle, but they've realized that there's chemical reactions that happen. And once you get chemical reaction ceases, combustion will stop. Pretty simple, no matter what it may be. But there's solutions and precautions. This is not all negative in these situations. There are systems out there based on potassium-based aerosol systems that can control any fires that happen in these units. I'm not giving you perfect names or telling you which one is better than which, but any situation has to be investigated according to what the manufacturer. It's not like a carbon dioxide gas system that will, because that's heavier and you end up with a problem. You don't cut out the actual combustion process. Next. New York State codes. Over the course of years, the governor and last year put a working group together with fire safety people to actually draft codes for the New York Fire Code. If you can change. A couple of the recommendations for the updates to the existing code. One is a peer review. The peer review means that, and this usually is not done, but what happens is that experts in the field will come along and say what is necessary in this situation, large scale, small scale, anything involving in your community. Next. Number two, explosion controls. Any of those situations where gases are emitted can cause an explosion if mixture is done at a certain percentage. Any of those highlighted gases that are there has the possibility to explode in a confined space. So what the state is updating the codes for is requirements to aerate the rooms, make sure that they're explosion proof or contain the explosion itself. Next. Fire mitigation personnel. These are not the responders that respond from Yorktown or any mutual aid or city, town, or village. These are the actual personnel that are mandated to be on the scene from the operator or owner. They're required to be on the scene or at least dispatched within 15 minutes with a maximum of 4 hours to that scene. These representatives, as I say, are not your working fire department. Yorktown is blessed with the fact that they have a fire department that is in a local community. And by that means that they can get to a scene quicker than somebody that may be in another village, town, or city working and have to return home. Next. Signage has to be put up. The basic distance from any of these is 10 feet from any structure or exposure. Next. And two more that the codes from the governor has worked and will be put into effect to update this year is system monitoring and security installation. The system monitoring means that that facility has to be operated 24 hours a day or monitored 24 hours a day to keep an idea on voltage, on heat, on rate of rise, or anything that's out of the ordinary. The other thing is security for the areas. Now there's a couple more additions. We can go to the next one. That are going to be new to the code. Emergency response plan, which I talked about before, that's up to the community, whether it's Yorktown itself, to put that plan into effect. You do not have enough personnel that will show up to one of these incidents. If it's a large scale, you automatically need mutual aid from your neighbors. So that has to be part of your emergency response plan. The time of year, the time of weather, the time of everything else that pertains into it plays into that ERP. Periodic inspections are now going to be mandated by the code and from the industry itself and funded through the industry. And the third and last thing that they're going to make in addition is your water supply. Water supply, it has to be enhanced depending on the size of the situation, the size of the building, and whatever requirements are around. So these are, and if you can go to the next, I think that's it. But these are some of the important information that you're going to have to throw into the hopper if the moratorium is lifted and people come up and give you this, option of what they want to do. It's not something to be afraid of, but it's also something to investigate. So if there's any questions.
I got one quick one. It just, all the facts you just stated, that's all part of the regulations that the state is putting down on this?
The state working group, the ones, the NYSERDA working group with the governor, they put this into effect. They will be documented within this coming year. And they will be the first ones that are addition to the code. They already exist, but the language will be updated. The last three that we were talking about, water and everything else, will be in addition to the code.
So if they're going to implement one, all those have to be checked off.
Yes, pretty much. I mean, if somebody's going to come to you and say, I want to put this facility here, you're going to look at the code, or your code official is going to look and say, okay, does it check off everything here? Is it far enough away? Is the water supply perfect?
Signage,
whatever
blah, blah,
signage and things like that.
I have two questions, if it's okay. So you answered a lot of them that I had, which is good. Okay, so the two that I rewrote was, what independent safety audit or assessments are conducted to validate the effectiveness of the battery storage safety measures? So, like, in other words, you have the battery storage, it goes there, it gets placed, it gets approved, it's all there. Are there, like, periodic audits that happen? Are there, like, does the fire inspector do?
Well, in one of the codes that were in there, it did say that they will up the annual inspection. It may be where it's now mandated semi-annually.
Because I kind of heard you said it also depends on the location of it. So, like, if it's too close to a building or it's...
Well, that has to do with how much of the distance from, whether it's an exposure, 10 feet away from an exposure or something of that sort. But the inspection itself will be mandated. Now, just won't be haphazard. It'll be top of the list.
And I'm just curious, even though it's mandated, as to keep our community safe, we would have to do it or find the auditor or the assessor, the third party, to do it and then submit it. Because obviously every time there's something new, they tell you to do it and then, yeah.
Well, usually if you don't, I'm sure you have a code enforcement officer. That code enforcement officer will get the updates to the fire code and the building code and everything else and say, this has to be done. If it has to be added to the inspection list, whether you send out your fire prevention inspector or whether you send out the code enforcement inspector is up to you as a village, as a town itself. But it would be mandated, and I'm sure what's going to follow over the course of time is a documented report on
That's
some
what I was
of
hoping
these.
for, yeah.
And I think somebody after me is going to talk about the recent fire in Warwick, New York.
Oh.
No, actually, that gentleman couldn't make it. We were hoping to have him in January, but we are going to have Leo Wiegman from Sustainable Westchester.
Well, that's interesting too, because the other question I had was, how are potential environmental impacts, such as like soil or groundwater contamination, being monitored and mitigated around the storage? So if there is like a leak in one of the batteries, or something doesn't meet code, or there is a fire, or something happens, like, who's taking care of the...
By mandating the 24-hour monitoring, you're going to find that if something leaks in the battery, it's going to cause an issue. It's going to cause a heat generation. Now the temperature will start to rise. That company, similar to ADT, any type of alarm company, will now get a trigger. A trigger will sit there and say, okay, we have a problem at 123 Main
That's
Street.
what I was thinking.
And now we're going to sit there and send out somebody to investigate it.
So
if it's a minor situation, then maybe the manufacturer will send somebody out. If it's a major situation, then you'll go into your ERP.
So the trigger is actually installed within the actual battery?
No, actually within the
storage unit.
The storage unit
Okay.
itself. Yes.
No, because I know that like certain insurances, like Chubb and whatnot, if there's leak detectors, there's all this stuff that as soon as they hear like there's too much running water and it's not the normal,
Right.
it'll automatically shut down the valve. So I didn't know if this had something like that. And I guess
Some of them may. I mean, I'm sitting there giving you like what now should be the overview.
Yeah.
But some of them will be more specific. Some of them you can mandate more specificity, if that's the word
Yeah.
I'm looking
It
for,
is.
on
Good-
each
good
one.
job.
You know, and say, okay, if I have any leak, if I have here, and then what do you do with your own fire people, your inspectors? How do they go out and do it? You know, like I said, it's keeping your people safe, but also not keeping them afraid of what. You know, we
Yeah.
had Indian Point for years was there, and everybody when it first went in worried about, oh my God, we're all going to die of radiation poison, and we're still here.
And then when I went out, they were all crying.
Yeah, right. Exactly, exactly.
No, those were my only two questions, just because I do know that like sometimes it's not just maintaining the area, it's also maintaining the things that are supposed to talk to you. And I didn't know who does that. And
Some of this will domino, and as you can see, when every day when a fire happens and it's big news, usually it's because it's something that's illegal, something that's being done the wrong way, something that's a secondary market, and I'm going down to where it's an e-bike or a phone or something. But those type of situations are usually predicated on something that's not done correctly according to the manufacturer.
So Mark, I know in our discussion, I was talking to you about some of the things. We actually had as you mentioned, like a battery. We had a battery for a electric wheelchair catch fire at Beaver Ridge last year, or I think it was last year. Yeah, because Tommy was still with us. You know, I've been talking to our fire safety committee, and one of the gentlemen who's a fireman in Connecticut was explaining how he went to a seminar, and he was talking about actually car batteries and for your EV vehicles. And to me, it seemed like that was a lot more dangerous because the advice they give you on those is let it burn. And
Well, what's happened now with these EV vehicles, since you brought it up, is that they're not contained in a storage unit in a house or a structure. You can probably cut off a lot of the oxygen that's needed to keep the system going. Or if you have one of those aerated potassium systems that may help, now you've actually eliminated the oxygen and you're suffocating the fire. In an EV situation, you're in the middle of a highway, you're somewhere else. One unit found that it took almost 30,000 gallons of water to put out a car fire. Now, usually a fire engine will carry anywhere between 500 to 1,000 gallons of water, so you can do the multiplication of how long those engines are going to be there. And you're right, letting it burn is probably the better thing. First, number one, because any type of fuel will now be burned up, as it would be if it was a big box place or a big storage that had all types of chemicals. They let it burn. Same thing with a train derailment or anything like that. You let it burn because the runoff is worse than the fire itself.
it's interesting because it's like if you let it burn, it's so hot that it actually will go through the tar and the asphalt. And if there's a water main under there, it's like we're trying to mitigate it in one way, and then also if it ends up burning on top of something or a gas pipe or something, this could be really bad.
And for the EV vehicles,
I don't
yes.
mean to sound morbid, but
No, but it could be. But as I said in the beginning, not to go down the wrong road. It's a matter of how things are done, how they're charged. Most of these things that have it's either an accident, the fire starts. It's either, especially on an EV vehicle, it's somebody charging it the wrong way, somebody overcharging it, not aerating it the way it's supposed to be aerated. It's because when the heat is generated by any battery, it dissipates at a certain rate. If that rate of dissipation is not the same as the heat being generated, it's going to get hotter and hotter.
my only concern, I guess, is from what I'm learning is the smallest mistake can be incredibly dangerous. Like I remember my brother putting gas in my dad's lawnmower that was diesel. My dad was not happy with it, but it putted, and then we put him to bed. And then my dad, I don't know how he knew how to clean it, but he fixed it. But something
get a new
like this
mower?
could be wrong. Yeah.
You should have got a new mower.
Yeah, but he makes my brother push. Don't worry, he's not doing that. But I'm just saying, but these sound so dangerous, like putting the wrong.
Well, I wouldn't laud the fact that they're so dangerous. I'd say that they're something just to be considered. And it's like anything.
And educate ourselves.
Right, but everything nowadays, with the times that I worked, you look at a situation as what happens if. And basically, that's what you're looking at here. What happens if it's done the wrong way? What happens if it's if they can't respond? It's not something to lose sleep over, but it's something just to keep in mind.
So, Mark, I have one final question myself, and this is more subjective than anything. With your 33 years in the fire department, and now probably another, what, you retired 7 or 8 years now?
10 years now.
10 years, wow, time flies.
I know.
So
I go back tomorrow.
In the 10 years...
You don't have that on tape, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, they're
I
calling
know, I
you.
know.
I'll be calling Yonkers in the morning.
No.
But no, in the 10 years you've been out, you've been dealing with a lot of this battery stuff, which is why I asked you to come tonight. What's your personal feeling on how, the state is moving with these codes, the peer reviews, and the different safety measures that have been happening? Are they being really proactive? Are they keeping ahead of the curve, or is this something where they're lagging behind?
On a personal opinion, and it is only that, I think there can be more proactive, but with this situation, there's more reactiveness than proactiveness. And I only say that because it's something new to a lot of communities. It's something new to a lot of people. They don't understand what the batteries do. They don't understand that you can't just plug it in and leave it and walk away. They don't, the regular community doesn't understand that there are limitations and restrictions to what you can expect out of these units and what you can expect. We plug everything in every night and we just think that it's not a big deal. And don't realize that if you read the fine print, it'll tell you don't plug in your phone overnight, okay, on an individual basis. But we all do it. We understand. So now what's happening is they're reacting with checks and balances in those phones that will shut off the phone after it reaches a certain time, so that you don't have to worry about that. These things will happen in the storage system area as well. They're gaining popularity because you and I have talked about a lot of things individually. There's ways of this can happen. You can keep traffic lights on in the middle of a snowstorm, a blackout. You can keep people, agencies doing things that they're supposed to do. Police departments, for example, don't have to direct traffic if you have battery storage, traffic lights, or street lights, things like that. So it's a future that's up and coming, but it's a future that's up and coming with precautions.
So actually, I fibbed. I do have one more question.
Okay.
Similarity to these to like a Tesla wall in your house. How similar are these storage units compared to those?
Anything is, I look at it, it's the same principle, whether it's this big or whether it's as big as this room. The idea behind it is basically general maintenance, general installation, and general understanding of what you're supposed to do with it. If you overuse it, it's going to kick you back. If you understand whether it's the size of the wall, whether people plugging their Teslas or whatever other car they're using, they have to understand the limitations to it. As a community, if you're going into the larger systems, you have to understand what the limitations will be, what you can get out of it, and what the manufacturer, not what the manufacturer is going to tell you, but what you can investigate that manufacturer can give you.
I just think that there's still, and I understand in your presentation, spectacular, by the way. You really cleared up a lot of things that I've had concerns about. I just don't think we're there yet. And I'll tell you, aside from, I don't think we're there yet with the technology. I don't think we're there yet municipally. I don't think any municipal government is, in terms of how to fight it. I mean, we're talking the response team we've got to be there within 4 hours. A lot of stuff could happen in 4 hours with a fire. That response team is the team that's well equipped to combat these types of
Just
fires.
understand that when I say responding team, I mean the fact that these people are coming from the manufacturer. They're coming from somebody who's going to say, how do I replace these units? It's not your local Yorktown Fire Department that's going to be on scene for that period of time, or your mutual aid departments that are going to come in here. Yes, you're going to tie them up for periods of time. Documentation online that some of these can be 4 days, 5 days, 7 days. The fires are burned in certain areas. But the positive side of them is that usually it's not an issue for an exposure. These are not put next to a strip mall, next to a church, a nursing home, or any type of thing like that. They're in large fields. They're surrounded by enough exposure, distance, that if they do burn, as we said before, they will just continue to burn. The same thing happens in a large chemical manufacturing plant in the middle of America. It's in the middle, it's buffered by a lot of distance.
Space.
And, it does happen. Things will happen.
I just think that, before we really take a deep dive and go full throttle with these types of installations, there has to be, an incredible amount of training to our local fire departments, who may, in certain communities, they may not be as lucky as we are with the Yorktown Fire Department.
Some
and
ways
Mohegan Lake
to look
Fire.
at it, and if I may just overstep for a moment, is the manufacturer that wants to come into your community and put this in, they bear the cost of the training. They
Exactly
turn
right.
around and add on to your department, whether it means somebody gets more specific, whether it means mutual aid is improved, whether it means Westchester County has to get together and look at this as a whole and not just an individual. That's up to the powers that be.
Right.
I think that is a great launching point
For
from
the-
Leo.
No, I have some questions
okay.
from Mark. Okay. Just two questions and a comment. One, because the technology is changing dramatically, does the state and or NYSERDA have any process in motion for an ongoing review, so that as new types of batteries, new changes, that they are on top of things rather than waiting every 3 years we review the code? So that
I don't have the exact time that they would review, but the state codes as well as the NFPA and their standards, they review annually and they come back and make recommendations. And if special committees get together, they will bring committees together in something like this to say, okay, we have to review this more. Where is the technology going? And the fire department, emergency management, emergency services has always been reactive, because we're always reactive to the problem and what the problem is placed in our hands. We are proactive to a certain point, but we can only react when the actual incident happens.
or when you learn that there's a new type of battery or some kind of change.
Right.
Okay, so because we as on the local level are really dependent upon these state officials and these experts to do the code, and I don't know whether we can write a code. If we write a code today that says it has to meet fire code standards, that it automatically has to be, the system has to be updated based on 6 months from now when the code is changed.
Right. Well, if you follow the state code, which I believe Yorktown does, in the fire code, then you will automatically have those mandates, updates, and whatever and time is necessary. So unless you want to get more specific, which laws and regulations do or do not allow you to do, it all depends.
Okay. Second question. Right now we have 2 tiers. It's 600 kilowatts, small, tier 2, 600 more larger. Is that adequate? Because we have 2 modest size facilities now, and a third one, I just don't remember the kilowatt thing, but there's a huge one being proposed in Putnam County. Is there a better gradation of the size of facilities that we should consider?
And I honestly can't answer, because I'm not an expert in that area of how much your need is and how much your draw would be. That was something you would probably have to sit down with the electrical side of the companies, or, and say, what are we drawing? What are we demanding? What are we looking for? What are we looking to save? And present it to them.
No,
What do
I'm
you wanna
talking
do?
about in terms of the size to regulate, and should we have different standards if it's 600 kilowatts, if it's 1,000 kilowatts? I have no idea what the Putnam County
She's looking to see if there's a break code between small energy storage systems and big.
Yeah,
energy.
there is in the code, and I don't remember the exact cutoff. I know if you look it up, there is something that goes back to the electrical code.
600? Thank you, Leo. It's 600.
Right now it's 600, and what I'm
There we go.
asking is,
Leo's got it ready.
He
and
has-
this
he had
code
the
was
book.
written many years ago, and I don't know if it needs to be changed. The next question is more significant, and it's something you raised about location. Right now, because Yorktown actually already has a code that's several years old, and we're in the process of revising it. It's a no-brainer that we're going to do all of the required safety requirements. I mean, emergency planning, that's a given. the location could be an issue. Right now, battery storage facilities, the larger ones, are allowed in all residential districts. So, and I can't remember if there's a setback requirement, but it could be fairly close. And we have one that's a pending application that's very, very close to a gas station and to residences. In fact, there's a residence actually on the property.
Right.
And I think this is something we certainly would welcome.
I know it's something for input to consider for your local ordinance. I know, as I pointed out in the PowerPoint, there's a 10-foot exposure necessary around most of these situations, but you can mandate more. It depends. Common sense will tell you, don't put a storage system over a, gasoline storage tank if you don't want a major problem. That's something you can bring into your development situation and your community itself, and they'll give you the kickback as well. I'm not saying that throughout the country that some of these things haven't happened. One of these fires was close to 1,000-gallon propane tank. That was the design flaw. When you think about this, how fast do you run and get this put in? Do you look at the problem? And what is a domino down? What is the end result that you want? I deal with the end result. I work back from the end result. So to say, I want everybody happy, but I also want the energy storage that we can get. How am I going to get there? Not putting it next to a gas station or not putting it next to a propane tank.
It's a balance, just as we're dealing with balance with solar.
I mean, similar to, as I said before, gas stations are put in, water treatment plants, Con Ed electrical facilities. I fought fires in the ones in Tuckahoe Road in Yonkers. Those are probably worse than some of these things we're talking about. 13 kV wires over your head that the hair on your back stands up, but you still have to do what you have to do.
I think we have roughly 3 months to modify our current law, but so far I haven't heard any issues with the problems with that current law and what we have to look at, other than obviously updating the safety aspects. That's a no-brainer, but that's relatively easy because we have all the guidance from the state fire code. People, it's more the siting. I think that's the issue that we, as the town board, are going to have to weigh in on, is where we site these facilities.
That's what we
the
said when
types
we
of
did this,
zones,
yes.
the size of the lots, the coverage of the lots, the screening, and so forth.
Any of the appropriateness
which will
of
be the
project.
critical issues that I think we will have to deal with.
And I'm sure you have the people in your employ that can definitely handle
Yeah.
that. So
Thank you.
We have Dr. John as part of our. He had gotten promoted one day, so
there you go.
It stuck.
Mark, thank you for
Okay.
taking time out of tonight.
Thank you for your time.
Mark, thank you so
Thank you.
much, and please give my best to Jean Marie.
I will.
Thank you. Leo, welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Very good. I did bring my National Electric Code with me, because whenever you have a code that refers that the projects must be compliant with the National Electric Code, National Fire Protection Agency document 70 is what this is, then your building inspector is pulling this out, the most recent version of that, and inspecting the newly constructed facility or the plans for a new facility. And the same would hold whether that was somebody's master bedroom suite that was being added onto a house, or a ground-mounted solar system, or a battery energy storage system. So I'll just give you, that's sort of the backbone. And this was updated. This is updated every 3 or 4 years, and the sections in this that were updated the most from 2017 to 2020, and it'll be updated again next year, are the ones that relate actually to energy storage, because that's a rapidly evolving, as we said, technology system. I do want to assure you that at Sustainable Westchester, I should introduce myself. My name is Leo Wiegman, W-I-E-G-M-A-N. I'm Director of Solar Programs at Sustainable Westchester, which is a nonprofit. We're a little unusual because we're a nonprofit of municipal members. The town of Yorktown is a founding member of Sustainable Westchester, and we exist to help advise all the cities, towns, and villages in Westchester County and the county itself on any kind of sustainability initiatives that those municipalities want to undertake or want to share with each other. And I've been focused in the last year and a half on developing as much knowledge as we can about the energy storage proposals that your planning departments are receiving and what the state recommendations are relative to model laws. And Yorktown has adopted in 2020 a model law for energy storage, as you have also a model law for ground-mounted solar that you've been thinking about revising and so on. And we've been tracking what each municipality in Westchester has been doing with that. So I'm happy to offer guidance relative to what other local municipalities have done recently with respect to the changes in battery storage, whether they're adopting a new energy storage law or whether they have one on the books that they're updating and revising. And we're sort of today going through both your law and the Village of Croton's law, which was the most recent one that was adopted. And I'm happy to flag a few things and share them with John as to the feedback we're seeing and what seems to be working in other communities in Westchester County.
So
As sort of technical advisor to your process here.
So a couple of the big questions I have would be.
And I only bought a big fat Sharpie, so I'm going to have to write.
That's what, you want a pen?
No, I'm good. I'll just.
So zoning.
Right.
Setbacks.
Yeah.
Foundation.
Yep.
And
by foundation, you mean concrete pad?
Yeah. Is that what it is? Is a concrete pad?
I mean, Croton mandated a concrete pad of a minimum thickness, and almost every design plan I've seen for any site anywhere is one where the developer that's proposing it insists on a concrete pad that's at least that thick, and sometimes a foot, 6 inches into the ground, 6 inches above, largely because these units, when they're installed, and you're welcome to come visit one in Mount Kisco that the Village of Mount Kisco is hosting, which is smaller, but nonetheless, it's half a trailer, not a full trailer. In fact, it runs an electric vehicle charging station and takes its solar from the roof of the Police and Courts building in Mount Kisco as a sunshine to electric vehicle charging situation. But that was mandated as a way, because these things are relatively large and heavy. They're not relatively large, they're just heavy, and you want them to be on a permanent base foundation. Yeah.
And there was one other thing that I had, but it slipped my mind. So I'll.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to
that's okay.
interrupt
No,
you.
that's
What
okay.
about location
A senior
next
moment.
to wetlands or wetlands buffer and distance from?
Yeah, so most jurisdictions are taking, if they're allowing energy storage in a certain zone, they're basically saying you have to meet the underlying zone, the conditions in that zone for offsets, either minimum activity zones from wetlands or minimum setbacks from property lines, et cetera.
Well, Yorktown's wetlands law is I think it's the word permissive. It's not prohibitive. So very often we allow development within a buffer, less so in a wetland, but it's very common that we allow development in a buffer. So I'm just wondering whether it's a difference between allowing a house in a buffer or allowing a battery storage facility in a buffer.
Yeah, I do serve on the Water Control Commission and the Water Advisory Committee in Croton, so I'm really super expert on that law, but I don't know the law here.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to inform myself. But
So-
relative to this, I'll look at the other municipalities that are adopting
Yeah,
it.
just because of the amount of chemicals and everything that are involved in that would seem to be more substantial.
Yeah, I should make one point relative to the battery chemistry that the projects that are being proposed now are using, and there are about 30 different battery chemistries that are out there in various stages of development, deployment, and commercialization. The battery chemistry that we're seeing in almost every proposal now is called lithium iron phosphate, or LIFEPO, or LifePO for short. And this is a lithium ion technology that's very different from the mobile tech battery storage we have here. It's actually lower energy density and much heavier, but it has much more long duration, so it's used for stationary storage. In your watch, you want something that's high density, but it doesn't have to last as long as a big battery that's driving a whole business or a whole building or whatever, or it's doing grid injection. So the battery technologies that are common for the stationary, like tractor trailer size unit that gets put down, and there's 4 of them being put down now and installed at the Croton Harmon train station parking lot. If you drive down that ramp at that station and you look immediately to the right, there's 4 white units that are POWIN units that are being put in that collectively are 3.8 megawatts of solar that take up about a fifth of an acre. So you can do a lot of battery energy storage in only a fifth or even less than half an acre with fencing and everything else around it. If to get that much equivalent of solar, you need 4 acres. So you can take smaller parcels and put them to use for energy storage if they have a good grid interconnection, a 3-phase line nearby, and get a lot more bang for your buck than if you were to, you get, what am I trying to say? The financial impact of the lease value is much higher on a smaller piece of land if it's used for energy storage.
And the environmental impacts are less
as well.
It would be, yeah. I mean, most of the storage projects we're looking at for Westchester County are going to be looking at projects where they could have as little as 7,000 square feet. If there are 2 or 3 acres available, great. But so this is not like some of the foothill solar project or that are just much larger. Now, there are a lot of developers that are looking at tying the solar to an energy storage unit on site, because then they can charge the energy storage from the solar for free and inject that into the grid to earn maximum value. And that's what's sort of happening in Croton, and that'll reflect in the lease value that Croton is getting annually from
And that
that
was
system.
my other question before, by the way.
Yeah, there can be tremendous lease value. I've heard some figures that I thought, wow, $100,000 a year for that? That sounds great. Of lease value to the site owner. And so, and the reason for that is Yorktown in particular is half of Yorktown sits still in the Con Edison service territory, and the Con Edison electric rates are high, so the value of injecting
I know,
into
I'm
the
in
grid.
the Con Ed section.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I live in Croton, so I'm on Con Ed all the time.
Don't remind me.
But therefore, over a 25-year period, with there's tremendous value that the developer harvests from that installation, and therefore there's lease value left on the table to be shared as revenue sharing with the site owner, who's leasing, who's the lessor of that property, if you're leasing it.
Well, what's the ratio if well, I know it matters in size and how many units you have, and to have solar charge the units, you still need acres and acres and acres of solar.
Not necessarily. It depends on the usage. There are conditions where just having the solar alone as standalone is going to work just fine, and the solar would be charged on a time of use rate in the middle of the night when it's 4 cents a kilowatt hour and not 40 cents a kilowatt hour. It would be injected when there's peak demand on the grid. And the operators of these systems are very sophisticated in how they approach this, and they're monitoring not just the entire shipping unit that has, let's say, 1,000 battery cells in it, and those 1,000 cells are packed in packages of 20, and there's 50 of them. They're monitoring every individual cell. And so they'll know if something is not acting correctly and know well in advance before there's any radical change in temperature or behavior. The unit we have in Mount Kisco is, again, smaller because it's just driving 2 DC fast chargers and then injecting excess into the grid. But each cell unit there has its own fire suppression system going to it of chemical suppression. So if anything happens, they turn that on. It comes with its own air conditioner and heater to keep it not too cold and not too hot. It's like a Goldilocks situation. So
do they have solar? Solar.
So that one has
I'm just kidding.
That one has. We put as much solar as we could on the roof of the police and courts building in Mount Kisco, so about 90 kilowatts. So about the equivalent of 10 residential solar systems are charging that battery system.
The battery system for the 2 DC chargers.
Yeah, and it's enough. Now and the battery system there is actually
a lot
also
of panels, though.
What?
It's a lot of panels.
Well, it's basically the equivalent of it's a big flat building, for the courts and police
which
building.
is fine.
There. Yeah, and so the system there was about the equivalent of 10 houses.
You said
90 kilowatts. 90, yes, a 90, yeah. The average solar system at this point is roughly just under 10 kilowatts in northern Westchester for a residential system. But in that particular case, that
I'm
system.
sorry, how much was that said? I missed the number. The average solar.
The average solar system in Westchester County, or northern Westchester, because the houses are a little big, is about just under 10 kilowatts.
Okay, 10. Yeah, that's why. I just
think of it as 30 solar panels. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And then these systems are monitored on a 24/7 basis, and that's part of one of the recommendations that came out of this interagency working group. When I review all of the recommendations that came out of the working group and talk to the solar developers that are working with the manufacturers on where to potentially build these systems, they actually are fully on board with all these recommendations, whether it's the signage recommendations, whether it's the monitoring recommendations, whether it's the post-install reporting requirements, or at least the annual checkups as we refer to, and are interested in sort of automating as much as that as possible with their monitoring systems. And so whether it's the fire incident responder training, as was alluded to earlier, or doing that on a regional basis because of mutual aid and so on. And there's certainly there are service providers that are ready to be hired to stand by for that 15-minute response time. So that if something happens, they can be on the phone as the expert advisor, talking to the fire chief locally to say this, and this, and we're sending somebody down to be there in whatever time.
So I have a question. With most, like, let's say it's a backflow there's a plumber that has to file a permit, or an update. Would this, because it's so heavy, relied on some of the codes in the electric book? Is there an electrical union that works alongside them to come in and do some of the coding?
Which kind of coding?
In other words, just to make sure that all the assessments are done correctly and that everything's looking sharp.
So I think what you're asking me, so your building inspector, Edward Colas, actually attended a session 10 days ago that we had. We co-hosted a battery energy storage and fire safety workshop, 3-hour workshop, a conference at the county center, and we sent out notices to all the municipalities. We sent out notices to all of the fire departments. We sent out notices to planning boards and zoning board members, et cetera, and we had almost 200 people in that room for 3 hours.
I guess my concern is that...
And so Yorktown was represented there. Aaron Bach was also there from your planning board. They got a presentation that I think we'll try to have Ian Latimer bring here for you about a lot of the details. But anyway.
I guess my question is, if the code enforcer or the fire inspector gets the information, and they get the information, who do they give it to?
What information is
For
that?
safety purposes, I'm saying.
So
to make sure that it matches the code, because that book changes.
Well, so
The electrical, like he said before about how there's coding also in the electrical department.
Building department is, sorry, I'll answer for you. Building department will be responsible, since it's in the codes,
To
state codes,
update.
for keeping that information. So they will be the keepers and the monitors of those code requirements.
That's, I guess, what I wanted.
That's the question, right?
Yes.
The emergency plan will be
Fire
housed
department.
in the fire department, particular fire department, so.
No, I just want to make sure that it's up to code so that before it even gets to the fire department, it's being looked at.
And of course,
That's all.
your code already requires the filing of an emergency plan, your existing
You know.
battery storage code, so that would be something
Okay,
that you would
fine.
want to keep if you were to revise your code for sure. And
Right.
Yeah, and so you have a lot of other things that, in your code that you can look at for the special permit. For the one question I'm hearing from you is, if I have a tier 1 for smaller systems, somebody wants to put a power wall on their garage wall and run their house during an outage, that's level 1, probably doesn't require, site plan review and special permit. That's straight building permit. At what point in the size of those systems do I want to require a special permit with the full site plan and so on? So that's one threshold question.
That's what we have this,
yeah.
right now, it's 600.
And 4 years ago, that was the number that the state promulgated, so that was the number a lot of people adopted. Some people have moved that number down a little bit. You also have a requirement for a minimum acres, a minimum lot size, and then a minimum percentage of lot offset by this system. And that, it turns out I did the math on the minimum lot size, 15% is 6,000 square feet. That's kind of right in the middle of the 5,000 to 7,000 square feet that most of these systems would be in. So maybe you want to increase that number a little bit and maybe increase the minimum parcel size a little bit, just to make it jive with most considerations.
John,
And-
when we're ready with this, if you could, when we go out for referral for anything, maybe you could send it to Leo if you wouldn't mind taking a look through it.
Well, your current law?
No, we're gonna make some revisions and then send that out for
Sure.
referral.
And I'm happy to flag this law with respect to what other municipalities have done. So that
Yeah,
you
that's
have
what I would like to ask
So
you.
you have
If-
some compare and contrast, because it's not, every municipality is unique and different, but there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah, but that one's very close, so that was
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, if you could send us copies of municipalities that have adopted, let's say within the last year, because I think that's when there's been greater attention to it. I know many Westchester municipalities are currently having moratoriums, so we're all looking at the same thing. So municipalities that have updated their system, ours is like 4 years old, certainly needs updating. So if you could send that to us, that would give us, and send it
Certainly,
to
I-
John or Ed and circulate it to all the board members, so we have,
Yep.
so we can have it, see what other municipalities are doing, and then pick and decide what works for Yorktown. That would be very helpful and save us a lot of time.
Yeah, but
Well, we don't have to pick and decide. We'll just compare it to what we believe works for Yorktown and then take their goods.
Well, we need their suggestions from an updated law, because I think ours is a little out of date. For
Well,
example, I think.
Which is why we're here.
Yeah.
We all agree.
Which is-
Yeah, I mean, you have a very good law on the books now, so don't worry about that.
Right.
So just,
Thank you.
it's
Well,
a
I
question of
just want to
tweaking
make
it.
sure we get the right answers, because
Yeah.
there's a lot of questions
Yep.
that have evolved because of the size of some of the proposed jobs.
Correct.
I think that it definitely bears the reevaluation of our law, and I
Right.
wanted to do it the right way with a moratorium.
And,
so.
and I'll also just emphasize again that when in our interaction with since the municipalities are our members, you're our first customer. We pay attention to what you think you need or where you want help. But we also have to interact with the development community that wants to try to bring projects in and sort of figure out what they're saying. And relative to this process, they actually were, each individually, when I called them to interview them 2 months ago before this final round of code revisions, they were actually all of them, yes, we're totally on board with this. Yes,
Okay.
we're bringing someone, like Chief Iucci to the meeting to explain this as a third party because we're totally on board with it. So we're not going to be in a fight with the development community about this at all. I don't
Right.
think.
All right,
Work
well,
together.
I appreciate your time. Anything else, or?
No, thank you very
So
much.
should I send everything
Thank
to
you.
John?
Thanks again.
Yeah, send it through John. That would be great, Leo.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation.
Mark, you sure you don't want to stay for some more? I'm hoping I don't turn 60 here. Take care. All right. Next up for discussion, we have 3167 Lincoln Drive with an updated EAF.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. I know it may not be as excited as the two previous presentations.
That's okay.
I'll try to be as
Professional,
exciting
I like it.
as we can. But I do thank you for the service, and I've been myself in a meeting that actually has gone to 2:00 in the morning. So I share the feeling.
That's never happened with us.
Well, I have been.
It was 3 o'clock.
Well, it's
Oh,
nice
3
to see
o'clock.
you.
All right, fantastic.
And it's nice to
Even
see you in the deck again.
All right. So pretty much this application that we bring in front of the board is related to, I believe there was an approval previously in this particular property for a rear deck that we are adding. So we are here to amend that particular permit or that approval. What we're doing in here is we've been in front of the planning board. We were recommended from the engineer perspective as well to come in front of you guys in relationship to we have this property is on right next to the borderline, pretty much is on the Lake Mohegan. So we have to go through the DEC process, which that application has been amended. So we are trying to remediate what has been previously there, which is rock rip raft along the area of their property itself, planting some native trees and doing some landscape in there at this point. So that's sort of their ask from us to you guys at this point. So I'm not sure if you have the presentation. I believe was submitted to you guys in a PDF format, but I can flip the pages if you wish, just to show you a little bit more that
Sure.
flip.
There you go.
Wow, look, and pictures.
So that's pretty much more like an enlarged.
Much
I'm not
better
sure
this
if you
way.
guys want to see it up and close, I can share the board with you guys. But that's pretty much the proposal that we are asking for here now.
And I think at last night's planning board, we
Correct.
made a presentation.
Correct,
I
yes.
think the planning board had some questions, and they've decided to do a site visit.
That is correct.
So
And
they have held off making any decisions or recommendations. So I think that
Yeah.
basically we have to wait and see what the planning board has to say.
Well, I believe one of the questions that they had that was raised in the past, it was the additional landfill that was brought onto the site, which that was addressed several months ago, but it was brought up last night, and I believe the building department is going to investigate that again. So I'm not sure if there was any additional request from that.
You mean they were testing it again? Or they were finding the document of the?
No. Just pretty much just saying that I believe their concern, or one of the residents, was that it was more field brought up to the site that previously was done.
Oh.
That part of that was addressed several months ago. So that is something that, again, the building department is going to investigate, address that. If the planning board has additional information, we'd be more than happy to comply with any of their requests.
Yeah, I think John can talk about
Yep,
what the
of
planning
course.
board,
Definitely.
required,
Thank you,
last night.
Susan.
That
Yep.
They just needed
Yeah.
more information.
John, could you,
100%, correct.
could you just give me a synopsis? I did not watch the meeting. I try to avoid that, so I have a clean slate.
Basically, as has been said, they're looking for more information to round out what they have so they understand what's happening there. They also want to do a site visit to make sure that what the information that's coming in is borne out when they see it in person. And so it's really some extra couple of weeks to actually bring that in. So
The extra
they haven't asked for anything specific, I don't think, in terms of drawings or anything like that. They just want to get a full knowledge set on what the project is and has been.
So the fill issue,
Yeah.
was that put to bed and now just going to be looked at again, or because I didn't hear any resolution on that when
Yeah, I would defer to Dan on that. Dan has a handle on that. He believes there were, as he said last night, that there was some additional fill that was brought in. The planning board will look to him when he ties that up that loose end and what his conclusions are.
Okay.
Talk to Dan.
Yeah, Dan, real quick.
Dan the man, here he comes.
Yeah, so quickly, just to recap where this application has been, the property is in the buffer of a state wetlands, and that's how it ended up before this board. That this application was previously here for a deck. So technically, because of where it was in proximity to the state regulated wetlands, they had to come before this board. The board did approve
Remember that?
a resolution. The catch was that the resolution was contingent upon some correspondence from the DEC one way or the other, or if, basically if they felt they needed a permit to grant one. Now, subsequent to that, we had gotten reports of fill being placed on the property, and were provided with some photographs of dump trucks on the site, putting fill there. I mean, it doesn't appear it was a whole lot. There was a stone wall that looked like it was altered. And basically, what's before you now is an amended permit to just sort of clean up these two items. Because technically, the deck wasn't even finally approved because the DEC didn't weigh in on it. So
Did they ever weigh in at this point?
I don't believe so, right?
No, not at this point, no.
No.
Sorry, yeah, not at this point, because
Okay.
we have to go back to them with what we are presenting right now to you guys.
All right.
That's the reason why we amend the form itself.
So let's get the information that comes out of planning, engineering. A little premature for us to see, but at least we're aware and it's on our radar. And in the meantime, I recommend not doing anything until we get everything cleared up. Yes.
I was looking forward to live there last time we were here.
You need to speak into the mic, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So it's been over a year and a half, I believe, that I'm trying to get this process to be done. I don't think it was more filling after what we already presented before. So I don't know. The
Okay.
neighbor, what is the complaint about the neighbor?
Well, we might be able to see back from some satellite imaging, so.
Dan,
All right.
did you already see more additional fill? I mean, have you confirmed that, or has it been confirmed, not confirmed? We don't know, what?
I mean, we were provided with photographs, and we looked at aerial photo history, and it appeared there had been some disturbance in the buffer.
But I remember this, yeah, right.
It was previous to that when we presented it for the deck. Even the Department of Environment one visited the place already, and it was no issue.
Okay. Well, let's
So at the end of the day, we just need the DEC to, I think,
weigh in.
Yeah, I mean, I have no objection to doing it, granting the permit. It's really just a matter of having the DEC weigh in on it one way or the other, either them issuing a permit or
So is that
saying
request out to them already, or has it?
Yeah, that went out a while ago, right?
Yes, yeah.
And they haven't responded to you yet?
They haven't hear anything back, and that's what I was, I just want to make sure that, because the house has been empty. It hasn't been occupied at all.
22.
So it's not that I want to put pressure on anybody, but we're trying to resolve and we're trying to remediate anything that has to be remediated. Believe me, this is my last year in another municipality as a board member myself, so I know that. I know how long it takes. But a year and a half to not be living in a property that you're paying taxes.
Yeah, a long time,
But
absolutely.
I'm confused. You're here because of the deck.
I'm here because, not the deck was approved previously. I'm here because the riprap that we are trying to remediate, the landscape that we're trying to do, and that's additional information that now we are providing to the DEC itself. So based on that information, I know the DEC has visited once before our site, so now I guess we have to formally add that.
And just, I just want to,
But
so
you
the
have-
house doesn't have a certificate of occupancy?
Not at all. The house has
Because
been
of
empty.
this.
Well,
So
the house
did-
has been empty because of some violations. I guess they started work without a permit that is not related to this. That we have been addressed is in the building department, but they cannot issue a building permit.
No, I just want to be clear here. You're here in front of us for the remediation of this, and I hear that. The delay in moving in sounds like a issue with the building department.
I will defer that.
I mean, the only thing that's, as far as the structure that's subject to what we're doing, really is the deck. So.
It's here right now. But I'm hearing.
Separate and apart from that, I don't know where they are with the
All
building
right, well, I mean,
department.
call me a counselor or not, but I'm hearing her desperation to want to move into her house. Well, I guess what I'm saying is, from what I'm hearing here, for what we're dealing with right now, you could still live in your house, right? So if there's a stop order or a work order on that, that sounds like it's a different issue than what's being presented today.
I'm not aware of the status with the
We need
building
to look
department.
talk to.
I'm
John
asking them.
Landy.
They're
I mean,
the-
as
No,
far
I
as
would talk to
clarity,
John
if-
Landy.
I'm aware. I just want to make sure that we're clear that they're two different things that we're dealing with, because
They definitely are.
All right, so basically,
Let me explain about that. So I'm the owner of the house too. So actually, I'm be honest with you, I'm too much upset about that.
Step up to the mic.
So
please.
actually, it's over like now 1 year and a half that we have this problem, and I received a ticket because I improved my property. I'm really honest with you. The work that we did in the property is nothing fancy. I'm a contractor up of 20 years, and I never had this problem before. So actually, the first time when I bought the house, I think like in 2022. So I came to the building department right here and asked what I'm gonna do in this property, and they say, "Oh yeah, you can go and do it. You don't need any permit about that." So after that, when I was working, the inspector unfortunately came and say, "Oh no, you gotta do a lot of plans for the house," and I'm agree about that. So I hired to the Mrs. Gabriela. She's an architect, and she provided all the plans and everything. We got the permits, we got everything. So actually, when almost finished all the work, I was working on my property, and the Mr. Jason came to my house, and he provided me a ticket because I was working my property.
what were you doing on the property?
I was working inside, nothing outside, because actually, when I bought this property, was a lot of debris outside, soil and everything. And actually, if I buy my property, so I like to improve, right? So I prefer,
No, I get
don't
that
like
too.
to live like in a house if it's not like in a complete,
If I
bad.
may,
So this I'm telling
Be
you.
much better off with that.
So if I may, so what we're requesting, I just want to make sure that we understand the next steps. So the board is requesting for us to go back, to wait for the planning board to do their findings, do their site visit. I want to make sure that the application on DEC is not a delay from any approval from anybody else, because I want to get the DEC there. I want to make sure that they're.
Yeah, they should be separate.
That's what I want to make sure that's, my understanding was that this board has to do a referral to the DEC or some sort of approval. I just want to make sure that that's not the case, because I will hate that part to be delayed because there's no resolution on the town board's end.
No.
Well, it's hard for us to have a resolution in this matter without having all the facts.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the planning board for that.
So we have to wait for planning. John, I assume this then gets referred out for the DEC and wetlands?
We don't do the referral.
We don't do the referral.
Is there any referral required from any board member or any board within itself?
This board will typically refer out to all the usual suspects, which always includes the EC.
Right.
So that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking.
So
right
as soon-
now,
as
get
soon
the
as-
referral out, so we don't delay it anything else. On our
Well, I
end,
think we need your plan finalized, though, through planning with their site visit on the fill, because that's what you're here to remediate, correct?
Can that happen simultaneously with us referring it out to the normal suspects and you guys still scheduling? Are you comfortable with us referring it out to the usual suspects and still following through with what the information is from the planning yesterday?
We're actually fine with that. I
It
believe
did already, the first,
I would expect that it's referred out. That's how we came to us.
Yeah.
So it's referred. Planning board wants to look at the site. I don't believe that there will be a lot of commentary, but as you've just heard here, they want to be clear on the story of the project. And I think there's some confusion yet. I will now, as of last night, and listen to these folks tonight, work very hard to unravel what's here so you get the story in order to go forward and get these people in their house.
Yeah, and my phone number is on the website, so you can call me to deal with the other stuff. But right now, we're just talking, it's already been referred out. Do you think it needs to be referred out a second time?
No. Well, John, so,
Just to be clear, any information that we receive that with regards to this does get referred out to the same people that it was originally done. That was just done with their EAF, which was just received. That's
Right,
why
then
it's
the-
before the planning board.
okay. That's what I was going to ask, John. How did they get into planning? You guys called them in based on the referral?
It was a referral,
Mhm.
and we always send out to the applicant or the owner on the application that it's going to be at the planning board, will be an agenda item, and they usually come and tell their story.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you for that, because that's what I wanted to make sure that the additional information that we was presented to the planning board last night didn't need to do an amendment to any referrals back to the DEC.
No,
That's
we'll do
all-
more,
yeah.
we'll do more
We'll wait for
referrals
that.
as more information comes in.
Not a problem.
But the referral process is working.
That's
DEC knows about it. When they respond, that's a whole nother
I won't
story.
hold that against you guys.
I'm just let me make clear that, let's say after the site visit and the planning board gets additional information, whatever that is, that information then has to go to the DEC, right? No. So how will DEC know there's been any additional information?
It's referred out, it's gonna go check it
No,
out.
but it was referred out based on what? That's the question, because DEC got the same referral that the planning board got, which then the planning board said, I need more
think the
information.
The referral indicates what the proposed project is. So I don't think the DEC is going to glean any additional information from the comments. The main comment is to the we're waiting for
Okay.
the DEC to give us their opinion of the activity and, where the boundaries of the wetlands are and whether they have any objections to the activity that's taken place, whether they're okay with the deck, and whether they want any type of planting or remediation as part of the package.
So
They
John,
have-
you're going, I'm sorry, Susan, I didn't mean to. Go ahead.
No, so DEC has sufficient information to make its judgment, and the planning board is going to get additional information to satisfy its needs.
After the site visit, yes.
And then we will, both from DEC and
information
from
will
the
come
planning
back to
board,
the town
come to us, and then we will make the final decision.
So, just so you
that
guys
answers your question about who's doing what, and we don't want to hold you up. It gets complicated when there's multiple parties involved.
So the referral is already out, because I think there was a question on your end. So that's already out there. Planning board's gonna move forward. We're gonna probably inquire with the building department for you on your behalf, see what's going on with them, and see what we need.
Already done.
Oh, he already did it. So
I'll have a conversation tomorrow morning.
we'll get you more information, and then hopefully we can wrap this up for you guys. All right?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You
I
guys
will-
have a
I
good
will-
night.
Appreciate your service. Thank you so much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Thank you.
Thanks. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, so next up, Navajo Fields, discussion on extension of the Lake Osceola Overlay District. All right, and I see that the Creative Living is being represented by both Mark Blanchard and Michael Grace. So for the record, Michael Grace has been an attorney of record for me on a personal injury lawsuit. We do have a memo from the planning board, which I mean the ethics board, that it does not create an unethical situation before the town because it has nothing to do with town business.
Me too.
And
I have an office in the Michael Grace building. Please come visit me if you need any therapy work.
And she also has an opinion from the ethics board regarding.
Yes.
For full disclosure, I think to know all of you guys at some point in my life.
That is true.
Susan was. I
that's right,
remember
you
when
sat
she
on
first
this-
ran. She asked me to speak on her behalf when she ran for supervisor.
I did.
Yes,
You did, imagine that.
absolutely.
Oh, I was
You were a
Repu-
fan of mine
You were
at one
Republican
time.
then.
Believe it or not.
I was a Republican.
And you know,
A
the
lot of
thing
people
is-
that were Republicans that became Dems, and they're a little
Yeah, yeah.
confused. It's kind of the nature of the world.
Look, I think we all.
It's okay. We all have.
We've all been in that capacity, and we all support local businesses and local
Amen
people,
to
and
that.
that's what we should be doing. Otherwise, we should be electing people from Buffalo to serve here and people from here to serve in Buffalo, which doesn't make a lot
I'm
of
not
sense.
going to Buffalo.
I'm not driving there.
No.
It's far.
So,
It's cold.
but
You got
anyhow, you're all very familiar with me, and I'm very familiar with you, and I think you're all people of absolute integrity. And I only one other comment: the person that did raise all this issue knows me very, very well, and knows all of us very, very well. And I think the innuendo and the in her remarks was very disappointing,
Well,
to say the least.
You know
But
what?
I'll
Well,
put
no,
it-
it's good advertisement for my
it's
business.
it's a fair assessment, and you know what? I have no issue with it at this point. So
Yeah.
we can move
Anyhow,
on.
Let's get to
yeah,
that.
I'm going to try to be quick because you've had a long night already. I know you've been here for a long time. We want to move ahead on the Navajo project, and I think at one point we discussed. I'm assuming most of you or all of you are very familiar with the project. It's calling for 240 some odd units on 50 acres, all outside of the wetland buffer areas. The density of the project as proposed is consistent with all the surrounding areas. Actually, it's probably less dense on a per acre basis than most of the surrounding areas. It is a project that we think has a lot of benefits to this corridor, which is the Lake Osceola corridor, which has been a object of a lot of attention by prior town boards to see what can be done to revitalize that area. The Slater administration, I think, addressed it, and addressed also the other area that needed a lot of work, which was the Heights area, with doing legislating overlay districts, which were consistent with a prior town plan. I think of the 2010 master plan. We have witnessed what the overlay district has done for the Heights area. At one time, there was tumbleweed blowing through the parking lot, where now we have tough time finding parking spaces, which is Uncle Giuseppe's and TJ Maxx, and the Heights area is revitalizing. It's revitalizing because I think the town board, in its wisdom, saw that you had to incentivize economic development, and you have to because you have to keep up with what's going on in the rest of the world, and a lot of the old code is decades old and hasn't kept pace. I think that with the new development, which is under Hill Farms, and the other development, which is behind up on 202 in the corner there, has created a lot of growing interest in the Heights area, actually, and I think the landlords are looking for lots of rent now because their properties become very valuable in terms of economic activity. The same type of approach was envisioned for the corridor, which is the Osceola Lake Corridor. Unfortunately, I think one of the major properties that could have provided some of the necessary development, basically residential development, which would feed the local economic development and cause that corridor to thrive, was the Woods property, which is now, I think Wood Farms, which is now a solar farm. So that's basically has taken a major piece of
That was the Hill Farm.
Hill Farm, right? They've taken a major piece of land off the consideration for the type of development that was envisioned by doing the adoption of the master plan and the overlay district. So the overlay district is kind of funny with Osceola overlay district. The goals in it and what it looks to achieve really can't be accomplished on the properties that actually were encompassed within that overlay district, because there really isn't a lot of the properties. There isn't a critical mass of properties in that overlay district that could achieve the results that we're looking to be achieved by adopting the overlay district in the first place. The number of properties, again, one of the major ones went to a solar farm. So you have and you actually you have some pressures up there for other types of less, I would say, less than desirable development, which was the transfer station. I don't know where you guys are with that, but you have transfer stations, you have solar farms, you have all sorts of low-end industrial uses which aren't going to produce any type of economic vitality to the area. You have a mall, which is, I guess, it really would like to have more customers. Even the residential property values there are suffering from what is the kind of the present condition of the corridor. This development, we believe, is very much in comport with all the goals and aims of the overlay district. For some reason, it was left out in the initial legislation. It may be because maybe the thought was that we'll look at it at a later date, or maybe they thought but without it, basically the goals and the aims of the legislation, which was the overlay district, is never going to be achieved. This project now comes in, and it actually is a pretty, and I've discussed this with you all before, it has a very unique opportunity for the town. First of all, the density is in comport with the rest of the area. It is called a hidden valley, and it is a hidden valley. There is going to be very little visual disturbance or change in the character of the corridor, because most of this stuff is well off into the back acres, so to speak. And it's going to provide what is absolutely necessary for the whole corridor to see revitalization, and that is a sewer. Now, there's been some, miscommunication. There have been sewer plans that have been before the board in one way by an engineer for the last, I think, 3-4 years, even going back further than that. There is a plan, there is a layout for a sewer line from this development. This development will need sewers, which will go down the 6N, and will provide sewers to a lot of the properties that are now in desperate need of sewers and have a lot of failing septic systems. You will see that the applicant has done water analysis of Lake Osceola, which is basically in somewhat of a state of eutrophication, and there's a lot of E. coli in the lake itself, and that is a direct result of all the septic systems on small lots and the effluent coming off the hill. Sewers are desperately needed for both the ecological preservation of the area and the lake, and for the hopeful economic revitalization of the area, which I would argue also includes the mall as well. So there are a lot of major benefits to this project right on its face. And we have previously produced a EAF with addenda addressing both the fiscal impact. We have the professionals here to discuss the fiscal impacts, the ecological impacts, the layout of the proposed sewer line. And we also have Mark Blanchard, who you all know too, prior attorney for the planning board, who is going to speak to the evolution of the overlay district, how it came about, where it stands right now. And the purpose for that is to essentially get us on track as to procedurally where we want to go and how we want to move this project along. And I think we had discussions in the past. There was always two options. There was an option of doing a direct rezoning, not unlike Underhill Farms, or to take a look at using the overlay district. When we did the calculations, engineering calculations, et cetera, it really came out that the overlay district kind of accommodated this project. And it's not by just mere coincidence or happenstance that it did. Basically, the overlay district, when it was adopted, and a lot of the studies and the environmental reviews in terms of the Osceola overlay district were taken wholesale from the EAFs and work that was produced by the applicant for this particular project, believe it or not. Almost wholesale, just changing, captions on, or, letterhead, so to speak. But it was so, the adoption of the overlay district and the EAFs and the environmental reviews for that were basically wholesale taken from this applicant's work. So we think at this point, we're hoping for for you guys to adopt legislation to extend the overlay district to include this property. And we think at this point, you have enough in front of you, and we'll obviously elucidate what we do have, and we can go into it in detail. But you have enough in front of you in terms of an EAF and addendum to do that. And the way, and Mark will talk to this in a little bit more detail, but the way you've structurally set up the process is that you basically have this overlay, which this property, if it's in it, can go to say we want to be part, we want to take part of the area and bulk leniency that's in the overlay district that you've already adopted. And what happens then is that then we have to come in and we have to show that we meet the criteria of the overlay district. And I think if you look at just on the broad strokes of everything I've talked about, it does everything that the overlay district was intended to do.
So
And-
we could leave that for the next meeting, Mr. Ray.
Yeah.
I have some questions about the environmentals and the studies. so-
And so I'll be real quick. So what we would say is that once that occurs, every step of the way there is going to be, if necessary, and I say if necessary because I don't know if it's even going to be, you can dig deeper into what the environmental reviews are. And eventually, this ends up before the planning board, which does the real nuts and bolts, type of review. And this is exactly how you've set it up, because the straight rezoning like you had earlier tonight with Toll Brothers, you guys kind of rolled up your sleeve, did a lot of digging, did a lot of the detail stuff. That's because it was a direct rezoning. In a situation that the overlay, the way you've set it up is that you've really asked the planning board to be that,
To do their digging.
to take that role. And so to do it here and then doing it at the planning board makes no sense. To upload the expenses of doing all that at this point before it gets to the planning board or before the overlay is actually applicable to this property doesn't make any sense either. So is it going to be a long process? We anticipate a long process. We want to get it moving, and we think that the proper process is to do extension of the overlay, have a hearing on the applicability of this property to the overlay to invoke it, and then go through the process and the more in-depth environmental reviews at the time of the planning board.
So the discussion is solely to see if this property can stay in an extension of the overlay district.
Not can stay, to go into.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that means we have to extend the overlay district.
Right.
What I'm saying, that's the sole purpose of this.
If
At this
it has
point,
the
yes, I think-
criteria,
No other
if it
discussion.
has the criteria to meet the overlay.
But then that comes later. The project might not even have it.
Whether it should
It-
go into whether to put the property into the district.
project fitting into the
Then
overlay.
Then it has to meet the 8 criteria.
Yeah,
I'm just-
the way you've set it up, and I will not question the wisdom of it, but it's set up this way. But there's a 3-step process. In this particular case, it's a 3-step process. Rather than the Underhill Farms, it was a 2-step process. It's a 3-step process. Extend the overlay to include this property, which I think is a complete and absolutely no-brainer. It can be done on the environmental reviews that you've already done in regard to adopting the overlay to begin with, because all those things that you did and looked at when you adopted the overlay are applicable to this property. And this is where it's remarkable that for some reason it wasn't included. I don't know why, but that's... Now, for the Osceola overlay, to just include this, to the legislation, just to extend the overlay to that, now it makes it available to the applicant. Then there would be a process of the applicant applying to come under the overlay, to invoke the overlay, and then once that criteria is met, then it goes to the planning board for a site plan review. So there's so many steps still ahead in terms of digging deeper into the environmental issues. But I think on the broad strokes, just on the absolute broad strokes, the positive environmental the outcomes of having this property developed is I think, undeniable. It's both economic and ecological. And it's a kind of a remarkable situation where you usually have some there's some compromise or some give and take, or where you may have a positive economic impact and you're dealing with the ecological adverse impacts. Here you have everything as one big package. You have very little environmental impacts whatsoever. Actually, it's all positive, and the economic impacts are positive as well.
Well, we will hear the evidence and
Yeah,
then
so
we
let me
will make some
ask Mark
decisions.
Blanchard. Oh, okay. And we have a little view, so just to get everybody familiar with it, we did a little overview, flyover of what the Lake Osceola corridor is, and if we can play that, hopefully you'll find it entertaining.
Lake Osceola corridor. The proposed Hidden Valley property, otherwise known as the Navajo Project, sits at the northeasternmost portion of the town. The Hidden Valley property borders both the town of Carmel and the town of Summers, being adjacent to the light industrial complex on Navajo Street, which is within town borders. The adjacent neighbor in Summers is the recycling plant known as Whispering Pines. Neighbors in Summers are heavy industrial.
That is the Whispering Pines plateau up on the.
Thank you.
With the exception of the Hidden Valley property, the Navajo Street properties are each part of an uncompleted industrial park. Each property in the industrial park is zoned light industrial. The Hidden Valley property has always been excluded from the industrial park and has remained a residential zone. Hidden Valley's access from Navajo Street abuts an operating transfer station used by a paving gardening enterprise. Hidden Valley Navajo Street access transfer station seen to the right.
That's
The Hidden Valley project, in concert with recommendations from the Director of Planning, proposes to use its Navajo Street access solely for the commercial recreation activities and not for residential access. The adjacent neighbor at the Carmel border is a mixture of car storage parking lots, construction yards, and vehicle equipment repair shops. The Hidden Valley project, in concert with recommendations from the Director of Planning, proposes all residential ingress/egress from Route 6N, which is otherwise known as Mahopac Avenue. The watershed that feeds Osceola Lake is threatened by existing residential development that is wholly reliant on septic fields because sewer is not available in the corridor. The remainder of the Osceola corridor along Main Street to the north of the lake remains underdeveloped, compromised in large part of makeshift parking and construction yards, and inconsistent with recreational uses historically associated with Osceola Lake.
That's the north end of the lake. I mean, east end of the lake. Northeast.
At approximately this location at the northeasterly corner of the lake, the town owns a 3.47 acre park whose recreational value has been lost to town residents because of continued fecal contamination in the lake. Independent lake water analysis confirms E. coli contamination of 260 parts per liter. Contaminated lake water overflows into a storm system that travels under Route 6, joining the town and Jefferson Village storm systems to the south, eventually making its way west into a storm system that enters the Jefferson Valley Mall. To the center foreground is the vacant Osceola Manor. The southern side of East Main Street, as it approaches Hill Boulevard, continues the pattern of makeshift parking lots. The eastern side of Hill Boulevard is built as a medical complex and is inconsistent in operation with supporting the redevelopment of Osceola Lake to its historic recreational use. Hill Boulevard and its commercial development are already sewered and therefore remain financially isolated from the sewer plight of the Lake Osceola corridor. As the video moves northeasterly, it shows that nearly all access to Osceola Lake is from the north, as Hill Boulevard Medical Centers and topography block access from the west. Route 6 prevents access from the south, and the lake's frontage to the west is minimal in frontage. The town's 3.47 acre park provides access from the north. The town's park can be seen in the background here to the left.
Just a real quick recap on, as you've seen when you go through that flyover, there's a real underutilization of all those properties that border the lake to the north. And there isn't any opportunities to the south. And the other thing is that the town, believe it or not, owns a good chunk of shoreline there. And all these issues, both reclamation of the lake ecologically, reclamation of the lake as a recreational resource to the town, reclamation of the corridor as an economically viable corridor that has some, that can thrive, reclamation of the mall and economic activity over there as well, is all what's on the table for you with this development. And I mean it sincerely. And the big thing is because it has sewers and it has the ability to create, the town has the ability in conjunction with this development to create a streetscape and a sewers to really revitalize that whole corridor. You're not going to do it any other way, because you really need a certain amount of gravitational pull, or a certain mass, in order to create and to make the investment possible. And this is what the opportunity for this development is to the town, and with very benign or to nothing in terms of adverse impacts. So we would like to move it ahead as expeditiously as possible. Again, since the issue is extending the overlay, I'm going to have Mark Blanchard talk to the history of that and why that's the appropriate route to go.
Good evening. As Michael said, my name is Mark Blanchard.
Hi, Mark.
Hello, everyone. Nice. I know you've had a long evening. My remarks actually will be brief. I'm only here as land use counsel to this project, hopefully shepherding it through this portion, then in front of the planning board. The question that I have to address tonight is a very narrow issue. There's a debate as to whether it's permissible to use the EAF form, the environmental assessment form, or rather, does this, what's being asked of you, require a positive declaration and an environmental impact statement? Let's just call it the EAF, which we're proposing, versus the EIS, which my position is not necessary for the action that you're being asked to perform at this stage of the process. Now, what are you being asked to perform? As Michael said, we're asking for you to use an existing zone. I'm sorry, not use, but to expand the existing Lake Osceola zone. We're asking you to expand the border over our project site, okay? When this law was adopted back in 2021, and then, I'm sorry, when I say this law, I mean Article 31 of your code, right, which allows for the planned design district overlay zones. That's the authorization legislation. Out of that authorization legislation, you had two districts created, the Yorktown Heights District, and then you had the Lake Osceola District created. When that work was done in 2021 and 2022, the town board at the time relied upon an environmental assessment form, the EAF. We call it the robust EAF. It was an EAF form with studies attached to it, traffic, sewer, fiscal impact, things of that nature. At that time, to adopt the law and the two zones, an environmental impact statement was determined not to have been necessary, that the EAF, with the studies attached, was sufficient in order to adopt the authorization legislation and then the two independent districts. Now, that determination, after the town adopted the law, that adoption, that legislative process was challenged in New York State Supreme Court, White Plains. A neighboring group brought what we all know very well to be the Article 78 petition. At that time, I actually currently still do, I represented the project across the street, the Underhill Farms project. My client and that project was joined in what's called as a necessary party in that Article 78. To defend the legislative process, it was the town and then my client as a known project, okay? The town, I submitted paperwork in defense of that legislative process that was a memorandum of law, my attorney affirmation, I had affidavits, I had documentary evidence. The town did the same thing, right? Memorandum of law, various affidavits, documentary evidence, i.e. your resolutions, your public hearing notices, things of that nature. The position that the town and the developer, of course, were aligned in was that the use of the EAF was sufficient for those legislative actions. And why was it sufficient? It was sufficient because the way the process is set up is that you have the legislative action to adopt the legislation. Then you have a second step process where the applicant within the zone, for example, the other property across the street, the Underhill project, we came back into the board, set forth the 8 criteria that you had referenced earlier, showing that we would qualify as a project to utilize the zoning incentives available under the overlay. And then once that determination is made, we had a full standalone independent review back at the planning board for our site plan approval process. Now that's a very important item I want to just focus on for a second. The planning board's review, an environmental review under SEQR, as it's connected to site plan review, is in no way, shape, or form curtailed or precluded in any way by this board's action to adopt the legislation. The planning board's review remains independent. So when we went to the planning board for a site plan, we had we at the end of the day, we probably did the equivalent of an EIS. We did an EAF again with studies, but it was a lengthy process. The point is, the planning board review was not curtailed in any way by what happened at the town board level. And that brings me back to the point here that my position to the town board that I would like you to consider is that answering the question, does this amendment of the boundary line zone, is it sufficient to use an EAF, or is it required right now to use an EIS? In November of 2023, the judge in Westchester County Supreme Court, Judge Fafidio, issued a very well-articulated a decision in order. He dismissed the legal challenge to the legislative process and the adopted legislation. The challenge called for the annulment of the local law. The judge dismissed the petition. He said that he found that the adoption of the law in and of itself did not create an adverse environmental situation. It merely, as a standalone action, created the possibility for other applications to follow suit. And he recognized that once the other application would follow suit, i.e. site-specific applications, which we are well known to be, once you follow suit with a site-specific application, then that application, that site plan application, for example, undergoes its own independent review. Sorry to be redundant, but it's important here. One of the arguments that the town and myself that we adopted, we put forth to the court, was the process as it's laid out by the town actually does not truncate any environmental review at all. It actually supplements it, because you get sort of 2 bites at the apple. The project is presented to the board, legislative action is adopted, you come in and you ask to be qualified, you set forth the criteria, then you also have an independent supplemental review in the planning board. So as opposed to a term that we use in secret a lot of an impermissible segmentation, which briefly just means you have a big project, you cut it up into little pieces, and each piece is seen as a no-brainer, as a not a big impact. You've got to take all the projects, the entirety of the project as one project, right? So you're not hiding anything. Here, the judge recognized that it is actually a robust review process for the legislative action, for the qualification as a project, and then for site plan review. So our position to the board is, as we're moving forward, as Michael said, we want to move forward. We're ready to go. We've submitted an EAF. We understand that there might be some additional questions, some additional information that you're requesting. We want to comply with that immediately. But we believe that with the history of 21 in 2022, with the Westchester County Supreme Court Justice dismissing the legal challenge to that process and essentially endorsing what the town did, we believe that an EAF at this stage to expand the boundary line is an appropriate vehicle for the town board to use, and that you have the comfort, if you will, of having the precedent as approved and ratified by Westchester County Supreme Court judge. Now, that matter was not appealed. The notice of appeal was filed, but that appeal, we would call it was never perfected, meaning the matter was never brought forward no briefs were submitted, and it was obviously then never submitted for oral argument. So the matter now is the statute has run. It's the law, the case was never appealed. It's good law now. So that is, I would argue, controlling precedent on a legal challenge, very important for us. So to conclude my remarks, when you're being asked the question, does the town have the ability to use an EAF now as opposed to an EIS? When we were coming in with the project, your Lake Osceola EAF studied the development of 348 units over a 10-year period. We're coming in with a 240 unit project, so we're lesser than what you've already studied. We're not moving the needle. We're not expanding what was already studied in the Lake Osceola EAF in 2021. And we are subject to a full independent environmental review from the planning board when we go for our site plan approval process. The argument here, our position, I stated emphatically and enthusiastically, whatever adjective I can use, is that the EIF is entirely appropriate. The question's been borne out. The EIF is entirely appropriate for your ask, which is to expand the boundary. That really is my remarks. Unless Michael has something else to add, we're here to answer any questions.
Can I say something?
Actually, let me just do one more comment. Actually, it's not only the way you set the procedure up. An EIS at this point would be absolutely improper because all you're really considering is the extension of the district. You're not considering the actual development. So the development just sits in the background as something that is potentially can be proposed.
Mitigating factor.
But it's not something that's going. It doesn't even go ahead until the district is extended. So an EIS it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And this is actually how you set the legislation up. And there's some wisdom in it. And I think the wisdom really was that you really wanted the experts to do that environmental review, which was your planning board and not the town board. I think that's where it went.
All right, thank you for your explanation of all of these processes. But I think your EAF versus EIS, and I apologize to the public, in the audience and those watching, if we start talking jargon-like, but this is what the lawyers are presenting to us. That's a red herring because no one has suggested even an EIS. No one. All right?
Good.
Okay, that's off the table. That's not the issue. There are two other issues. One, who's doing the EAF? All right? I have a document that's stamped here, October 16th, 2024. This is a town board action because we are changing the zoning code. It's not a developer's action, it's a town board action. In this document, it says the town board is the applicant. All right? This one, which I found on my desk today, is dated November 18th, 24, and it says Creative Living. You people are the applicant.
Correct.
All right? So one, we have to decide who does the EAF. Since this is a town board action to rezoning, rezoning should be a town board action as it was done with Underhill, with the Yorktown. Let me finish with Yorktown Heights. The Yorktown Heights and the Lake Osceola overlay districts were town board actions. The town board did the EAF. The town board did the expanded EAF. And at this point, we have in this document here, which is also October 9th, 2024. This, in effect, is your expanded document that you, the developer, did. We just finished a long discussion with Toll Brothers, which is the applicant. Yeah. Toll Brothers did the EAF.
I'd like to answer something, so just for the record, that the town clerk asked the applicant to correct the EAF to have the applicant as the person of record on it. So that was asked due to the information that was on there. We discussed it, and I had agreed that they should be doing the EAF.
Why?
Because we then turn around and have our experts go through. I'll have John come up in a second. Our experts will then go through on their dime and make sure that's right. John.
Exactly.
It's not the way it was done in 2021.
Okay,
that's
excuse me. I am not going to have an argument back and forth.
All right.
John, thank you.
In the overlay district in 2020 was a town board sponsored action. Okay? It was multiple properties, some of which were not even in the game, so they didn't have any skin in the game. They weren't coming to the table. You were looking at broad areas, including in Lake Osceola. So it was a rezone that was sponsored by the town board. That's a big, huge difference here. In this case, this is an applicant-requested rezoning. So the sponsor should be on the EAF should reflect the applicant. It is a town board action because only the town board can do the rezone. But let's just be clear that the applicant is requesting this rezone. The town board is not putting this forth of their own accord to capture this property and many others, you know, to further the things in the comprehensive plan. This is an applicant-sponsored and requested rezone. And if that's incorrect, let me know.
Thank you,
No,
John.
that's absolutely correct. And if I could just supplement that, I think your, Ms. Siegel, what your comment is alluding to is that somehow the board is bound. If we're submitting an EAF, we're submitting documentation, that's standard procedure in this kind of a review. The board never loses its lead agency status or its approval status, right? So if we're submitting documents to you, it's up to you to say this is insufficient or this knocks it out of the park. If you have a document in front of you that we submit that you find to be lacking, you simply come back to us and tell us to supplement. It happens all the time.
Oh, I
So that-
do
so-
have several things where it's lacking.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But I don't think that the insinuation that you're somehow bound to what we submit is as an ironclad is not fair. The process is what it is, and it's a give and take throughout up until approval, as you even demonstrated earlier this evening.
Do you want me to go through what's not there? One, I'd like you to explain why, when you first came up with this proposal going to to extend the boundary, you changed the boundary. Initially, you had
That was at the request of your own planning department.
okay, all right. So I think the issue is your property really part of the Lake Osceola area? It is not. There's some question, and it's not even contiguous with the rest of the district. It stands by itself. That's one issue.
Let them address one by
All right.
one, please. I want to hear the
Very,
answers.
very simply, this is the way we were directed, and there's a property in between, which you can include or not include. We don't control that property, nor do we but we can always solicit them if they want to be included. As far as this property not being part of the corridor, I think that's just a misstatement of absolute fact. It is. You can't deny that it's a part of the corridor. You can't deny that it's got an impact on. If it has no impact on the corridor, then we shouldn't be. We should be talking completely different about a completely different application. It has the potential of having a substantial, beneficial impact to the corridor, and fulfilling the goals of the legislation which was adopted by the prior town board.
What do you got?
The corridor here.
What do you got there, Mark?
Here's the corridor as we're seeing it through. This is from the comprehensive plan. We're right up here in the corner. So, I mean, geographically, necessity, whatever it might be, we're right here. We're part of it. And our sewer, what we're offering is an actual municipal sewer system that runs off of our project down into this neighborhood, connecting many other homes or businesses that are outside of our project scope.
I understand that, and I know that the sewer thing is but I question why we're going to have a piece of property that is not part, and it's not even connected to the rest of the corridor.
Well, I can't apply on behalf of a property owner that I don't have an agreement with.
Well,
So
if the town board wants to consider
Right, the town
extending
board can extend the
district-
overlay, right, because it's just an overlay. It doesn't create a non-conforming use for someone. If they never apply to use the incentives of the overlay, then they remain with their underlying zoning. But we can't apply on their behalf.
If the town board wants to consider extending the boundaries to include the Navajo, then maybe it should also consider the properties in between, so you have one contiguous district. That would make more sense if you wanted.
Okay, but we would have to send a letter to see if they want it as well.
No, we don't.
No, that's
no, no,
that's not up to the
Susan,
property
Susan,
owners.
we could make that, thank you. We could have that, we could have that conversation, and I agree with you. It makes a lot more sense. And to Mark Blanchard's point, whether they decide to do anything or not
We cannot
is up to them, but we should make sure that it is property that would fit the description, which I do believe it does. I think you're absolutely right.
And to that point, we actually did include it in our initial application.
Yes, because I have
Well,
that
yes,
map.
yes, we did, and we were asked to take it out. So, I mean, if you want to put it back in, it's
Well,
fine.
The town board can make that decision.
I wasn't part of that, put it
I
in, take it
understand.
out, okay? But it was confusing to me because the first extension made more sense because you had a connected area, and it also included some other 2-acre zone properties. And I think that, if I'm not mistaken, and this is based on some old research, that the owner of your property also owns, I think, an R180 property to the south. Okay, abutting. All right. The other issues then, if you're going to accept the fact that this is the applicant's EAF, all right, then I think there are other issues that need to be included. All right. I disagree with your statement that basically the 2021 EAF, expanded EAF, it incorporated your application, because it absolutely did not. There is absolutely no reference. There's a vague reference to if
That's
it
not
was,
what I said. That's not what I said. I said that it had
Michael
contemplated.
Said that. Michael made that comment.
I will provide that to you. I don't have to do it. I'm not going to do it right now, but I'll provide it to you that basically the research that was done by my applicant was used in the adoption of the. I will show it to you. We'll show it to you.
Which is exactly what you said.
Yeah,
You didn't say
well,
what
I'll show you.
she's
That's
alluding
not
to.
no problem.
Because that EAF did talk about Seward and non-Seward, but it had no reference to your thing.
Now, let me explain. Let me clarify. What I said earlier about maybe what I said was confusing. The 348 units were studied in that expanded EAF, and we were not included in that. Exactly. What I'm saying is we're coming in. No units have been brought online yet. And if we come in, if we expand that line, and we're offering 240 units, we're offering units that are within what had been studied. Now, we're supplementing our study because we are providing information that expands the traffic study, expands the sewer study, all that stuff. But all I'm saying is when you studied 348 units, if we were bringing in 400 units, that's a different ask, right? But if you have 348 studied, 0 have come online, and we're offering 240, the only point I was trying to make, and perhaps I failed, was that the 240 units are within the buildable window that you had looked at.
Except that if you look at the Osceola EAF, it talks about potential units in the Osceola Manor, which was vacant at the time, which I think was probably, my opinion, one of the impetuses for doing the Osceola district, because that property was vacant at the time. It subsequently became another restaurant, and also it includes changes to some of the developments along Hill Boulevard. So some of those potential residential units were really not going to happen. The other thing is that EAF, which identified either 5 or 7 potential development sites, basically on the south side of East Main Street, because you had environmental constraints on the north side. So the development was going to take place from East Main Street to the lake in that very narrow strip of property, that it specifically said that they never even investigated the environmental constraints of those properties. So even that development potential is very limited. Let me just go on and just identify. We don't need a prolonged discussion. I just want to say, if the town board is going to go ahead.
Absolutely, Susan, but I'd like to hear the responses to your points, because I've looked at a lot of this stuff too. I've walked that area. I've gone there with John when we were looking at the old Wet Willie spot. I've been up and down that area, and most recently as their Thanksgiving or the night before Thanksgiving for the flooding issues with Jen. We finally got rid of a beaver dam, and the flooding went down. So the water level went down. So I'm very familiar with it. So I want to hear. I found it also a little unachievable to be able to get the units there on the properties that were looked at, and to meet what we are looking for from a housing point of view and why the law was set up, probably means there needs to be a look at where else can we expand on that corridor and what else can be done, because you're absolutely right. Some of those properties are substandard to what needs to happen.
Yeah,
So-
The development potential, is going to be limited there, and I think
Susan, you're 100% right. And
I'll record that
one. They can quote me on it. But what you're basically pointing out is that when they adopted the overlay district, there was an anticipation or a planning a desire for X amount of units, which could not be achieved and will never, ever be achieved. And the thing is, so I scratch my head thinking, why wasn't this parcel included? Because this is the only parcels that are going to achieve that goal. So you're right. The thing is that you have to take, once you deduct out or take out those things which aren't viable on either an economic basis or an ecological basis, what you're left with is really this property as the anchor to revitalize that corridor, to your point as well, Ed.
Yeah, because your property is more developable than what's there. That leads to another question. The great desire to revitalize Jefferson Valley, the Osceola corridor, okay? Really, even with sewers, I think is possibly questionable. But
That's not what your comp plan says.
Well, yeah, the comp plan would love to see it revitalized. You know, I spoke to somebody from Jefferson Valley, from that area, and he said, we don't want more development. Let's just leave it the way it is. But
Well, that's also
a
what the
personal-
public hearing process is for.
All right. The other things that needs to be looked into, okay, traffic, okay? The traffic and the whole issue now that the residential traffic is going to come from 6N, which I think this is the first time that I'm hearing that, okay? You've got your project on one bookend, AMS on the other bookend. East Main Street is what it is. There is no way you're going to widen the street. I think that the town board, the planning board, months and months ago talked about taking a holistic look at the 6N. Granted, we're not going to have the recycling center now, but you have 185 units and 240 units. And nothing has been done about this Route 6 corridor study.
If I may, again, a lot of the issue, and we had this discussion with the planning board at one point too. A lot of the issues are all pre-existing issues. They're not issues that are generated by this development, because the development doesn't exist at this point. What you can't begin to address the issues without a substantial investment into the corridor. This is a project that will provide that investment. If the town really wants to accomplish what they want to accomplish, you join in partners with us to create the streetscape, which is a traffic calming, well-known traffic calming device. You can ask your planner. That's exactly what you do. It's no different than you go through Shrub Oak. Shrub Oak has sidewalks. It's got the proper decorative lighting. So what happens is that when you go through Shrub Oak, which has a lot more demands on traffic than 6N will ever have, it's calm because there's traffic. The landscape around the street is a traffic calming device. And I think when you dig into this site plan at a further date and you become partners with us on this project, that's what you're going to have.
All I'm saying is that the EAF, before the town board makes a decision on an EAF, your traffic study that's in this document needs to be considerably expanded. I'm
Look,
not here to argue with what traffic.
But I also want to mention that we do have the traffic study. We're hearing you when you're saying it's expanded, but a sister concept to the impermissible segmentation is something called cumulative impacts under seeker, right? Cumulative impacts. And then when we are in front of the planning board for our independent standalone site plan review, we have to consider the other development and their impact into traffic. So that study, we don't get site plan approval unless we can satisfy the planning board that our potential adverse impacts from our site plan, in conjunction with the cumulative impact of the other development coming online, we have to study both of those now, and we have to satisfy the planning board. We're not guaranteed site plan approval.
You have to satisfy the town board when the town board extends and adds this property, a very significant property, into the overlay district with a much higher density, and we already know what the potential impact will be in terms of the number of units. It behooves the town board to deal with the potential traffic long before it even gets to the planning board, because that is part of assessing whether we should expand the district. I'm not arguing the traffic now. I'm just saying that your traffic analysis in this document is totally insufficient and needs to be expanded.
I actually had a question about the traffic.
And
in 6N.
I have sewers. I have a
Susan,
sewer
I'm sorry,
issue.
while
Go
we're
ahead.
on that, so, my question on the traffic in 6N, where, do we know where the proposed entrance exit to the Hill Farm was supposed to be? Because I don't see, I don't really see access from,
It's on 6N.
no, it's not a project anymore. So, but when it was, John, do you remember when the Hill project was trying to come in, where they would have egressed?
They'd have
You mean
Access and
the
egress?
solar, or when it was?
No, when it was a housing project that was being proposed.
The housing project?
Yeah,
The housing project was entering from Route 6N.
6N also, okay.
As I recall, there was a connection to Bank Street,
Bank Street, right.
but I think that wasn't
That wasn't the.
that wasn't figured out whether that was going to be open all the time, emergency, or what. But
All right, but it was a 6N
The
access,
main
that was
was-
my question,
Yeah.
thank you.
Um,
And I'll have
the
some
whole-
sewer
the whole
questions
sewer
after
issue,
Susan.
I think needs to be studied, and this is a town board issue because, as it's been clear from day one, the impetus and the rationale for your project is the sewer line that you're going to bring down.
I think it's only one factor.
All right.
It's a factor.
I think that, I think we need more information to the people along I call it East Main Street, you call it 6N. How many of them, want sewers, okay? And then you're gonna build a trunk line.
Right.
Then you'd have to create a sewer district to have those people hook up.
Right.
That needs to be explored, maybe not for the town board to do the boundary, but certainly since sewers are the issue, I think you need to hear from those people.
I think they've heard from them.
Yes.
Well, I don't know who you've heard from.
Loud and clear.
We've heard quite a bit of people who are not happy with the fecal matter floating in their yard every time it floods.
Okay, and then have you talked about the creation of a sewer district and what the hookups would cost and whether they have to put laterals in? All of that, I think, from an
So then,
informed
I'll,
public,
Michael, I'll ask some of my questions, which will answer that.
that
so-
needs to be discussed.
Okay, Susan, let me jump on the sewer while you're there.
Go ahead.
All right, so from the sewer point of view, are you the sewer guy?
They call a lot of things.
There you go.
So good evening. My name is Rich Williams, and I'm with Insight Engineering.
Hey, Rich.
We are the site civil.
I appreciate your paperwork, but none of us could open it, at least in this building.
Yeah.
So you sent something across today.
So I was asked today.
So I had a couple questions before you get into it. So, and it may be a question for the applicant. I know I've asked this before. I've seen the outline. I've seen the plan. It looks great. Although I would ask if we've already discussed the proposed pump stations with the landowners where those pump stations would be, to make sure that they're accessible, because I think one of them was on the old Wet Willie site, and from what I understand, they were looking at something. Something was looking to come in there.
Yeah, that's close. That's for the
Well,
planning
I don't
board.
know if they're going to have the septic availability there. So that's that's part of the problem. And then I know that we had another project. I believe it was Val Santucci did a sewer extension, and there was a give me to the, because I know your people will not want to go on private land and do sewer hookups. So there was an allowance set for each household, giving that, on
Yeah.
Gay Ridge, yes, giving them an opportunity, or Winchester too now, right?
That we-
Or Remington, which one or the other? Yeah, it is, actually, that could be an offer, so, having the. Yeah, having the,
Oh,
having the trunk line, having the stubs, having an allowance. If something is to move forward, it's great to say we'd like to sewer that area, but are we going to have, are we going to have the means to do it? And that's where I think some of that working within that community is going to be very important, because that's like the biggest thing when we talk about some of the expansion of the Halleck's Mill Sewer District. There are a lot of people concerned about how much it costs to hook up.
That's my concern, that you're going to build a trunk line, but the people who are potentially can hook up, they need some sense of parameters
Absolutely.
as to what it's going to cost.
So-
Which leads me to a process question. The town has a very good law requiring public notice when we would have hearings. If this gets to a public hearing stage, it did not work with when we were doing the Yorktown Heights and the Osceola district, that the abutting property owners had to be notified. But I think this is a very more localized issue. Will all of those property owners, from your property all the way down to Hill Boulevard, abutting on both north and south sides of East Main Street, be notified of the public hearing? I don't think the.
You could ask us to do that.
I think that would be a requirement, because that notice was not a requirement in the original overlay law hearings, and I think that's going to be very critical, because this will impact.
Yep, no, and they should.
And be ready to answer those questions of how it affects them personally.
Yeah, they should get the public. Obviously, anybody can speak at a public hearing, but the ones who are going to be most affected, I
There should
think
be a radius in the law.
they need that official public notice that they have to receive.
So may I just throw a couple of thoughts out there?
Sure.
So just give 1 second. So
Okay.
there's a lot of presumptions made in that. And as Mark started, tonight we're really here at the starting line, right? And that starting line being, do we go down one process or another? And it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, an expanded EAF with reports that are deemed sufficient to the board may be a potential option. And we're going to have to go through these things. As we talk about sewer districts, let's back up one step. When you form a sewer district, you have to put it in a town district, as well as we're going to have to petition the county and ultimately become part of the county district. We're going to engage in discussions with this board as we navigate through the process, how that district gets formed, who's in the district, who's not. We may have the option, and again, I'm not saying this is one path that we're going to go, but we're going to have to dialogue with you about whether or not we're just installing the infrastructure, petitioning for, potentially just a single project to be put in the district, and allowing the board to form a district later, or whether or not we form a district that includes more properties now, and what those pretenses look like. We're going to need to resolve that before I prepare what's called a map, plan, and report that outlines the district expansion. But that's not something we're going to do in a vacuum, and a lot of the things you're bringing up, as far as who's appropriate to notice, might be based on whether or not the town wants us just installing the infrastructure and you have a desire to immediately move to a district, or whether or not you see that district coming down the line based on public input.
Yeah, but my understanding is that the EIS is usually used if it's a complex, right? So I think what we're really doing here is we're going down a different route, right?
Right,
The thing
exactly.
is this property worthy of being named in our overlay? Whether it's this project or the next project, is this property, does this property have legs and value in our community to be done in an overlay so someone else can actually eat all the toppings off the pizza pie and decide if it meets those criteria? And then the EIS and EAF, which we were talking about, is, now that we've talked about these questions, is the complexity showing that the EAF is sufficient and everything's been met? And obviously, with it being in the overlay, things that would be in an EIS would probably be researched anyway, because it has to be vetted anyway. Or are we going to hit pause, delay it again, not put it in the overlay, ask for an EIS, only to do the same exact thing that we're doing anyway? So am I making sense? Because if not, I feel like we're talking circles. Okay, so right now it's just to see if this property, this land, in these parameters has value to be sitting in what we have created as an overlay that now has these laws and does it fit into that criteria?
Then we go through to all these issues that Susan's bringing up, is the public benefit to the people.
Step up to the mic, please.
All these issues that Susan's bringing up, you're going to go through the criteria, was it has a benefit to the surrounding area. You're going to get that once we're in. The map's been extended, and we make the application actually to invoke the overlay thing. All that's going to happen. You're actually discussing stuff that is at the at the stage of site plan. We're all.
No, but I hear that. But excuse me, Michael. I want to ask you, John. Can you come up for me? Am I understanding this completely correct? Because right now, they're presenting their project, right?
Actually,
But
they're
we're
not.
talking about this property, which the owner owns, right, in our town, and it being put into the overlay district. You are one of our lead agencies that does a lot of the digging. My question to you is: A, am I hearing it correctly, that the EAF and the EIS just deal with the complexities of the project, and that if it was to be put into the overlay district, it would be doing more research, which would be somewhat what an EIS would do, and it would still be on there, on that land parcel, regardless if it's this project, the next project, the project before it, or whatnot. So if the project ends up changing because of the overlay, which it may, which we saw, right, that could happen as well.
All of that can happen, okay. So what you have to concern yourself with
Yeah,
is
what
the
am I
co-
not hearing?
No, you're hearing everything, but you're hearing too much tonight and many other nights.
Okay.
Okay? What you have to be concerned with is the content of the supporting documents so that they're adequate to support this rezone, this requested rezone.
Okay.
That's it. That's it.
And in
We've
your
seen-
professional opinion,
Okay, just let me go on. So to try to explain it by example, we've seen and done rezones by expanded EAF. We've done them by EIS. It depends on the parameters of the project, its position, and all of those things that come together at once. The expanded EAF that was used for the overlay districts was because when you're doing a rezone and you have some projects that you know somewhat good information, but not all of the information, some properties that will support projects, but you know nothing about those projects, you look at that in a more generic way. More generic.
something like this, a little
Right.
different.
So what you have to do here is you have a known project, has a known parameters. You're talking about the sewer, what the sewer is going to entail, the traffic, et cetera. You have to make sure that you get all of that information into whatever set of documents you're deciding to do. Okay. Now, I agree in certain respects with what they're saying is that you can do this as an EAF. You did the overlay district as an EAF. You have to realize some of the differences. The overlay EAF was for a generic situation, town-sponsored rezone for a bunch of properties. A little bit different than this. This is an applicant request with a known project that has known parameters, and we're looking at that project. So I think that a little bit more information probably needs to have to come in specific to the project. I'm not saying it has to be an EIS. I'm saying you have to make sure that when someone looks at that record that you've created, it's adequate for you to make the decision to put them in the overlay district. And that's basically it. So you can move forward, and to part of your question, you can move forward creating an expanded EAF and ask them for whatever studies you think are needed. And at the end of that, you can still determine that there is significant adverse impacts and POSDEC.
Well, I'm just hearing, what I'm hearing is.
So they're at risk. They're at risk in a lot of ways, and I know everybody wants to understand their expectations. The expectation I think everybody needs to grapple with is to get the right information in the record. That's
And
it.
I hear that.
That's
So
it.
I just want to comment that, or I want to say, because it's not a comment towards what you're saying, is what I'm also hearing, even down to, like, from Susan all the way down, well, maybe Susan, because she asked all the questions, the reimagined view of what this could do and what needs to be checked off and how to make it so it's efficient. And we're not even there yet.
What do you mean by the reimagined?
Like, in other words, she's already talking about, like, the sewer, and obviously we need to make sure that the place can hold it, and if we would have conversations with the neighbors, and if we added the people in, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about today.
No, it does.
Well, I think it does.
does.
I
It
think it
does.
does. You have to. So you're in the driver's
That should
seat.
be in our documents already, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, they're offering you to do the sewer line, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what we've heard. We'll put the sewer line from point A to point B. We're gonna get ourselves in it, and everybody else can go in it. But you haven't talked about some of the detail that you've talked about tonight until tonight, which is, what does that mean? Are people that are along it going to be able to get into that sewer while the ditch is open and the pipes go in? And that's a question for you to determine and ask of them.
That's what I'm saying.
And
That's
get
the
that
expanded
squared
part of
away.
the EAF.
Just as Rich Williams just said. So I think you're right. You need to have that information. You need to make that decision. What is the actual condition that you are asking in order to affect this rezone?
So again,
There's
just
more
to be
detail than
clear,
just-
in all of our questions. There are more asks for more information
Yes.
on those specific tabs
Yes.
of this project.
Yes, you are correct on
And
that.
they could be specific tabs off of what's in the EAF. And I'm fine. I get that, and that I understand you want all that information before you can decide if it can go into the overlay district or not. But I'm just asking, are we talking the same thing? Right now, it's everything to see if it can go in the overlay district, because to me, that has nothing to do with deeming that project or that land to be in the overlay district or not?
Which
it
is it?
does, Luciana, because the whole rationale for putting it in the overlay district is they're going to give us the sewer. If they weren't going to give us the sewer, I don't think they would be asking for the overlay district. It's a quid pro quo. So the sewer issue becomes...
That's an assumption. I'm not going to assume. What I guess what I'm saying is, when the overlay district was presented, it was to pick pockets within our community that could have incentives to develop, to revitalize and reimagine Yorktown. And I remember that back in my first, listen, I still ask a lot of questions, but I really did not know a lot about
No, you're right.
that. I knew landscaping and I knew streetscaping. I didn't know how to pocket it to give the beautification in different areas. So my question to you here is, we're discussing this project and what will come out of this project going through this overlay district and the criteria. But what we're also discussing is, does this lot, right, this lot and block,
Yeah.
belong in an overlay district because it has potential to give back to the community, whether it's the sewer or the place or whatnot.
Yes.
I mean, people are going to sell you, I'm going to sell you my shirt because I want you to pick me. I'm not saying, they also have to go back and see. I mean, you could promise me the sewer, but I can't say that you're going to actually follow through with it until we see if we can do it.
That's one of my
Community
questions.
benefit is always an issue that you should deal with. It's always and it's a legitimate government.
But I wouldn't consider that a quid pro quo.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a quick pro quo. It's not saying like,
That's what we're saying.
I'm not eating cookies and you're going to make me skinny. I got to go to the gym every morning.
You want to take the overlay district and what it's supposed to do for Lake Osceola.
Exactly
And,
right.
and what this project can do in order to further the goals of the
To
Lake,
better the enjoyment
of the
of that
overlay
community.
district, right? That's what you're doing, determining that.
Yeah, because I think what's confusing is the way you set the procedure up. And the way you've set the procedure up in this particular point, this particular application is the first step is the way you extend the overlay. So you make those regulations available to the property. That's step number one. Step number two, we have to come back in and go through the all criteria. So at that point, at the time we go through the criteria, a lot of these issues you're going to dig a little deeper than because once the overlay is there available for us, we make the application, then we go through the criteria. So a lot of the questions that you're asking are much further on down the line. They're not questions that can be answered before we know whether the overlay district is even going to be available to the applicant, as a tool towards the development.
Well, I guess they might. Okay. I would think you would do your homework, but go ahead.
Let me. So basically, the way I was looking at this and going through, and they did hear EIS mention, Susan, because I've mentioned it directly to them, because I'm looking at the weighing of it. So the expansion in this particular case has a known project, which we know. There's something that's looking to specifically come in, which makes it different from the others.
I'll accept that change.
So that being said, I'm trying to look at it the way the law is set up, where they still have to come back and try to come into the property. So to me, my first question, first and foremost, can we meet the goals of the overlay district as well as the master plan if we don't expand this, or do we need to expand this to meet those goals? That's really the question that I have in mind the most. So those questions are not, the actual sewer. They're not the actual traffic. It's very general, and I think a lot of this was already offered in the EAF, which is existing, and the EAFs that were done on the property that can be combined. But there are definitely some other questions that even before I get there, I'd want to know, first and foremost, before you waste your time, I want to know those questions about the sewer hookups. What's going to be done to help those residents? Because the area is very depressed. The area needs a lot of work, and that normally means that your property values aren't that much, and that means that you don't have the money in your house to be able to take out equity loans to get things done if that's what's needed.
And
So to me,
and those houses were built for summer to
Yeah,
be
they were
used.
summer
to,
shelters.
Regardless, there are homes.
I
And
know that, but they were used. The septic was there for.
So let me
three-
let
all
me
right, go
finish,
ahead.
please.
Don't worry about it.
So I want to make sure that there's an avenue for those people, as I asked before. I seem to hear that there is. I still would like to know about some type of a set aside for those people financially.
If you let me,
No, and the other question I have is, you know, if we get to point C, where it goes before planning, you know, I'd like to know what type of bonding we're looking at to make sure that that sewer gets completed, and, you know, having some of that. So that's something we're definitely not there yet, but it's something I want circulating and thought process.
And the town has had experience doing this, both with the Gay Ridge Road area and also with Lowe's. We did it in two different locations where we not only ran the sewer line, but we gave spurs to the property. It becomes a difficult situation when you go from the property line into the house, because there's plumbing issues, interior plumbing issues,
Sure.
there's liability issues, there's all that stuff. But adding a spur for them to hook up from the house to the sewer line, to the trunk is always something that's usually.
But that's why you would handle it by giving some kind of a.
You give a spur, and sometimes it's a
Financial
stipend,
consideration,
but you can't get in.
You can't do it. I know you can't do it, and I don't expect. I don't expect any contractor to say, "Oh yeah, I'll go let my people go into private property." Not an expectation.
I think what would be helpful too is, remember, under the secret analysis, the full-blown site plan analysis, what you're describing is also another avenue we have to look at, the fiscal impact of the project.
Right.
So we can't go out now without even knowing if we're as of right, or have the district and spend $100,000 on the whole fiscal impact in order to get site plan approval. Remember, we're asking just for the creation of eligibility for us. It's later when we're doing the full when we're doing the sewer build out. The sewer issue is a potentially adverse environmental impact for us that we're going to have to satisfy the planning board that we're mitigating. Part of that mitigation is the full build out of the sewer system and the fiscal impact of that. We can't present a Trojan horse where we put in a trunk line, but the cost to hook up for a single family household is not reachable. That's not what we're contemplating. So what you're describing, a credit to the homeowner, things that have been tried in the past, that's part of the fiscal impact analysis that we would be doing in front of the planning board in order to get site plan approval, to show that we're mitigating the sewer impact.
No, I know, but I think what everybody's saying here, just a couple of comments, 1 second, all right? Just a couple of comments. First of all, with regard to it being contiguous, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think it would be preferential, but I don't think it's mandatory. So I think we can potentially include this property even if we don't include the properties in between, because I think this property would have a positive impact on that area, on the Osceola district. So I think that is more of a mitigating circumstance for me. Secondly, I think there are a lot of questions here tonight just on the expansion, on the inclusion of this property into the overlay district. So I think there are some questions that we need answered. We don't have to do a full fiscal analysis and all of that. Just for the question in front of us tonight, and I think we've gone off the rails a little bit on that question, is whether or not we include you in the overlay district. But I think there are some questions that planning has. So this way we can make a better determination as to whether to include this property or not. Now, whether that is an EIS, I don't necessarily think we need that at this stage of the game. And I do acknowledge that once it gets to planning, if it does, they would be in a position to require an EIS if they wanted to. But I do think that at this point we need to come up with some answers to some of the questions, in some way, shape, or form. Maybe not necessarily a full-blown analysis on things, but I think there are some issues that we have questions on in order to even consider the inclusion.
I agree.
I don't know if anybody disagrees with that. But I do think there are some other questions, especially with the traffic. There might be a little more of an analysis on that. Maybe we do some expanded EAF initially, and then we'll see where we are.
We can continue to work with John Tegeter and his great department. He helps us refine what it is that we're submitting in terms of the sufficiency. Ultimately, it's your call, right? We can continue to work with that. I mean, we want to make sure we are crossing these T's. I mean, our goal is to start the public hearing process in January. perhaps we're back on for another work session in January, with already having submitted supplemental material. We have a supplemental sewer report or ready to go, right? Close, we're close. Sorry, Rich.
Rich.
Right. So what Rich is saying is we're acknowledging the dialogue that has to continue to occur outside of this meeting, and we're happy to do so.
All right,
We're not sitting here saying you have
That's all we can
everything you
ask.
need.
Yeah.
I have a variety of comments, and just in the order of which I wrote them down. The three-step process: extend the boundary, then apply for overlay status, and then go to the planning board. Let's be frank. Let's be honest. Once the town board votes to expand the boundary and put you in, step 2 is a no-brainer. You're going to show you meet the criteria, and you're going to go in. I was involved in the process when that was added to the law.
Who's going to show that the criteria? I mean,
If
you're speaking on my behalf, please
No.
don't do so.
If you
I'm
don't-
just,
if
I'm
you-
just asking you not to speak on my behalf. I am more than capable of speaking on my own behalf, and I appreciate if I could do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
But if you didn't, based on everything you know, let's say we're ready for a public hearing. Based on everything you know.
But we're not ready for a
that-
public hearing.
But if you were, and if you get to the public hearing stage and you decide that the boundary should be extended to add this, you have made the decision that this project should go in. So step 2 becomes a root point.
Not necessarily so.
I don't know.
and
Who's
there's
made
a-
the decision?
all
She's
right.
making my decision again?
The second point, and these are not necessarily connected, but nobody has mentioned the fact that many years ago, the Osceola Beach property was the subject for development. Okay, you know, the Roberta
Roberta.
property, and that developer was prepared to extend the sewer line from that property to Hill Boulevard. The Roberta property, which is the former Osceola Beach property, is the prime property in that corridor of the, quote, soft sites that were identified in the original EAF as the potential. Some of the others are more questionable. That's the prime location, but that has the potential to hook up to sewers. I just think it's a piece of information that
We've discussed with George Roberta joining us as part of the recreational component to the development that we proposed.
I know.
So-
But I'm just as a point
Yeah,
a point of information that when you talk about revitalizing, that there was another plan, that there was an alternative sewer possibility for a portion of the.
That he walked away from because of the expense.
Well, there were.
And he's basically advised us that he'll talk to us once the sewer goes in.
Oh, of course, because he wants to.
But why did he walk away from it?
Expense.
Because it was too
Very-
expensive.
Long story.
right?
It's a long story,
And the area has remained depressed because he walked away from it because
it's
of the
just a
expense.
point of information that I think should be said. The third point about the sewer costs and what this will cost the homeowner. Many of you know I've been involved in sewers for more years than I want to remember, okay? Today, I want sewers. I'm desperate for sewers. I want sewers. I have a failing septic, whatever. Somebody tells you what the price is. I don't have a problem. I'm okay with what I have, all right? Costs are very important, so this is not something that can be pushed off to the planning board. The sewer thing is a very essential part of this, and I think much more information has to be provided before the board makes that decision on what the potential cost with possible contributions that you're going to make.
I think we've already
address
said
it.
that,
I'll
right? I
address-
think
I'm
we've
not
already
you-
said we need
Mr.
additional information.
But
I
Mr.
think-
Blanchard said that some of that detail could be at the planning board, and I'm saying you need it for.
Right, and then I turned around and I said, I think we need more information. I think that point has been
Okay,
already
all right.
made several times.
If you're going to do, obviously you need more information in the EAF, call it expanded EAF. I think the town board, it behooves the town board to give you a list of exactly what we want you to see included. And I don't think this could be ready by,
That would be
so
helpful.
I think, yeah, not,
Yeah, absolutely.
so I think this is a board discussion to say, these are the 5 issues, these are the 7 issues.
Yeah, hopefully in a work session, we get that from you.
Okay. One other issue that hasn't been brought up, but I did send the board a memo, I think a week or 2 ago, and it's separate from the boundary expansion, but it is part of the Osceola, the text of the Osceola Overlay District, and that has to do with calculating the FAR, the floor area ratio, which deals with the number of units. During the discussions with Underhill Farm, issues came up about problems with interpreting that FAR. All right? And I think that has to be clarified, especially definitions about floor area usable, the whole issue of whether wetlands need to be subtracted out from gross area, the gross area. I don't think you got a copy of the memo, but I think you can get it from Ed and the plan. I don't know if John has it, but those issues are going to be part and parcel. If you're extending the boundary, I think you, based on the problems that came up during the Underhill Farm thing, which is normal. You do a law, and then you realize when you try to implement it, it has to be tweaked because there are problems that come up, and these came up. So I think that has to be part and parcel, and we don't have to go into details now. But
I would like John to speak with it because he and I had a conversation about your.
And I would just say, as the applicant's attorney, I just want to, just for the record, I want to note an objection to your characterization that problems have arisen. I'm not aware. We're not aware of any problems that have arisen.
Well,
so.
there are issues in the floor area, in the usable, what gets counted. Then
We
there are
can go into
issues
that.
about.
It's almost midnight. You guys got other stuff to do.
There are
Susan,
issues
put it
of
in writing. We'll
wetlands.
look at it.
Okay.
Okay. I don't want. We don't have to bore everybody with it. We'll,
I think at the planning level, where I think the example that Susan is referring to was with the Underhill Farm project, but I think we worked through that. Didn't the planning board work through that and figure it out, right?
Yeah.
And so we could use that as an example of how to calculate.
Except the wetlands issue was not addressed, and that's a critical. I think that was an oversight when the overlay law was done in 2021. I think it was an oversight.
We can discuss later. The overlay doesn't trump your wetlands statute.
Well, yeah.
We could
We'll look at my memo and you'll see.
we'll look at it. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I know you've had a long night. I don't want to make it any longer for you. Unless you have any more comments.
You guys gonna stay around for resolutions?
We're gonna figure out what we need from you guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna set up probably another work session in January. So I'm looking to probably set up another work session in January.
We'd love that.
I will ask the board to give their comments in writing that we could send to you. For
Right.
some of
Yeah.
the- some of the-
Beforehand, so we can address them all.
Correct.
And we'd like to come in January with responses.
Yeah. Okay.
No, January we'll have a work session to tell you what we want in the.
No, get them. He just asked for them in
See you,
writing
Ed.
before.
What?
They asked for them in writing, just like you asked me to send the FAR email. So
So we're gonna get to that before then?
Give me
before
your
January?
Yeah,
You're
give
gonna
me your
write all your
questions in writing
questions
so I can
down,
send them out.
email them, and then Ed will send them to them, and then when they come in January,
Yeah, I
they'll
think-
have answers.
so then-
Talk about this.
I guess we're
next week.
concluded.
We're meeting one more time.
All right,
You
well,
have a good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
If we get our comments,
Folks, please.
in this week, then by next week, we should be able to have a document that says this is what we agreed to.
So we could talk about it.
We can talk about it and finalize it next week, and then that could be sent to them. So get your comments in.
I think we've already
No,
determined that.
that was
and-
not
but-
determined.
Yeah, I believe it
A lot
was.
of notes.
Okay.
All right. All right, we're going to move on to resolutions. From the Comptroller's Office, authorize the Comptroller to process the following budget transfer to fund 2024 tax certiorari refunds as enumerated below. Folks, we're still in meeting, please. Step outside for conversation. Human Resources, appoint Jeff Dalkey as probational assistant distribution superintendent in the Water Department, and appoint Michael G. Hecker as probational water maintenance foreperson in the Water Department. And these appointments are subject to probationary period not less than 12 nor more than 52 weeks, commencing on the first date of appointment. And these are effective November 1st, 2024, under jurisdictional classification resolution 24-01 from New York State Civil Service Commission. So the Civil Service Commission has asked us to move these jobs as theirs instead of provisional, based on the fact that they haven't had a test in the position in 4 years and do not foresee one coming up in the near future.
Can I ask a question about the certiorari resolution?
Yes.
One, could you explain, this is a tremendous number, over $600,000.
You want to take that separately?
You want to take that separately?
Well,
we
no,
can get
no,
through some stuff?
no, well, we're gonna do. So I believe that, a large portion of this is the mall, but there were quite a few certiaries on the books, and we gotta get them taken care of. I
All
think,
right.
but we've approved these all through votes.
I know that they've been, why are you taking money from the ALS fund balance? Why not just take 19,000?
Because they paid taxes into the ALS fund balance. The taxes were paid into it, and that's where they come from. They were
Okay,
in the
you're
ALS
not taking
district.
it from the, you're taking it from ALS and from water, what about, none of them were in refuse then? Okay, all right. I just.
Yeah, commercial has their
Yeah,
own
okay,
refuse.
yeah, has the, okay, so most of it is the,
The mall.
Is the mall, all right.
Approve the below. Oh, you
No,
had
go
a
ahead,
que-
just go ahead.
Approve the below-listed managerial employees to carry additional accrued 2024 vacation time for use in 2025 as enumerated. From the library, accept the resignation of librarian Katie Hsu with the John C. Hart Memorial Library. Good luck in your new position, Katie. We will miss you here. From the Highway Department, authorize the comptroller to release the following escrow deposit as listed below for a street opening of to Giovan Battista Apollonio.
Apollinio.
Apollonio.
Apolonio.
From the Sewer Department, authorize the comptroller to process the following budget transfers to fund the remaining purchases to operate the Yorktown Heights Water Pollution Control Plant. Okay, as enumerated. Authorize the comptroller to release $500 to JAB Builders, Inc. for an erosion control bond. From the Planning Department, appoint Robert Waterhouse as a member of the Planning Board. Robert will be stepping up as the from the alternate position to take the seat vacated by Bob Phelan when he moved. Then we will appoint Judy Reardon as an alternate member of the Planning Board. Welcome back, Judy. Sort of like Al Pacino. Just when I thought I was out, they sucked me back in. From the Police Department, authorize Police Department to purchase pistols, grips, holsters, and related accessories from Atlantic Tactical for a cost not to exceed $54,059.41, and authorize the comptroller to process the following budget transfers enumerated. And under state law, our police departments need to invest in new sidearms every, I believe it's, 9 years, Sergio?
I think it's 9, yeah.
Every
I'm not
9,
sure, but
yeah.
I think it's 9.
And they're also going to be upgrading to safer, what they call red dot guns. So this will be a much better weapon for them, and will be a lot safer. All right. So can I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. And
Before you get to adjourn, I'd like to bring up an issue.
sure, Susan.
Since this is a work session, I would like to have a discussion with my colleagues about the calendar for next year. I strongly would support going back to 4 meetings a month, 2 regular sessions, 2 work sessions. I think we have a long list of issues that need to be addressed. This past year, we've had to extend 3 moratoriums because we never got around to dealing with the laws. I think it doesn't work to have discussions in the middle of regular sessions. We've had very long meetings. Nobody wants to have a repeat of some of those meetings. I think that I can look ahead for the next 6 months and certainly see a need for that second work session in the month. And I just would like you to consider it so that when Ed works with the clerk to make the calendar for next year, I think when you all signed up, it was based on 4 meetings a month, so this is not an additional something. I have no idea why you made the change and dropped 1 meeting, but I think it is so much that needs to be done. So I would like a discussion whether you support or you're opposed to it.
Well, I know you've mentioned it, and I've been thinking of it myself. You're open to both?
Yeah.
So I was looking, and I already, if we stay within the same format, I was thinking that there are also, my biggest issue is having a 2-week break between some of the meetings. And we have three, was it 3 or 4 5-week months, 4 or 5-week months that fall in the year. And I'm thinking for those, we should probably look at adding the 4th session to those so we don't have a 2-week work gap, because I think that's one of the things that slows us down. The other thing that I'm looking at is, like, we have January, our first meetings. Our first meeting is an organizational meeting. It's very short. We don't really do business. What? No?
We only do an organizational meeting every 2 years.
Oh, every 2. Oh, that's
We
right.
wouldn't have an organization.
I don't have one. Man, I thought I got that organizational meeting.
So it'll be a long one. We can get
The
some time.
first one is when, January 6th or something like that?
7th, I think it's the 7th is the calendar. But,
Oh.
we deal with that 5th Tuesday of the month, but I think, I still think we need that second work session, just so we go over the recreation fee law, the solar law, the battery law, the vape law. We need discussions on capital plans. There are so many other issues. I want to bring up some code enforcement issues. You see, we have the discussion about how to deal with the overlay district. These are just a few of the issues that I can see coming up. We can always cancel a meeting if.
Oh, we'll never cancel it once we schedule it.
Well,
we could
you can-
always.
We could always
So you have a
add.
short meeting.
We
The
could always
plan-
add.
You can always add one.
No,
could always
I
add.
think if people know that
Can
you're
I have
going
my
to
2
meet
cents?
and,
Can I have my
go
2
ahead.
cents? I would like to keep it 3, just because, you know what? I have family, and I like to schedule vacations. And I would, if you tell me that we gotta add a meeting in January, I won't schedule a vacation there. But if I go 12 months, I can't, when am I gonna schedule a vacation? A 3-day vacation?
Pat, when you decided to
I
run
go on
for the-
vacations.
But when you decided to run for the board,
Yeah.
you knew that the board met 4 times a month.
Yeah.
You knew that. You knew
Yeah.
that it met the first 4.
So,
Tuesdays.
so,
when he
and
ran,
so,
it was
so
on
the
you.
facts,
that when you
the
took the
facts,
job.
the facts are that we're meeting 3 times.
Guys.
We could add. We could add any time.
Pat,
The-
let's calm down.
Oh, yeah.
I don't believe, I think when Pat got on, we were already at 3.
No, we were
No,
not.
no,
We
that
moved.
was a
We moved to.
change
Tommy moved to 3
Oh,
January.
It was that. It was
Right.
his first meeting.
January 2nd. Yeah.
So honestly, I think there are a lot of redundant comments. I think the meetings could be a little more efficient. If I mean, even tonight there were a lot of redundant comments. Somebody says something, somebody else says. I mean, that takes up more and more time. I am indifferent about it. I will go either way. To be quite honest, I don't. I'm indifferent about it. I think we can always add a meeting. And if you guys wanted to move to 4 meetings, I'd move to 4 meetings. I don't really have a problem either way.
I think the 4 meetings certainly gives.
I do have a
Ed-
problem with the redundancy and the lack of efficiency.
Yeah, but you said no on all the public hearings and just push it off for 1 more week. Push it off for. Do some analysis and make a decision. Besides no on every single thing.
Well,
I'm not saying no on
But you
everything.
are.
I'm
You
saying
said no
need,
on
I'm
everything.
saying you need more information.
No,
You
and
need
then
more
you
information.
push it off and go, and then when it's convenient for you, you're like, we got to hurry up and get this done. You do it all the time,
We're not
Susan.
getting
You do it all the time.
Susan, we're getting plenty done. I mean, I understand that you would like to see more done, but to say that we're not getting anything done, that's not accurate at all.
Can I just have a suggestion?
We heard.
The supervisor and I normally go over next year's meeting dates, and we'll go through them. And if there's a month where we have elections or whatever, and it tends to happen in June and stuff like that, where we end up with 2 or 3 weeks off, we can certainly look at that and add one. But I think that if you need to add a meeting, then you add a meeting. I don't.
Add it.
But how does
I'm
this deal
indifferent
with
about
Ed
it.
is scheduling and making
I'll
plans?
come 5
becau-
times a month. I don't care. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Because Ed is looking ahead. And just I think you had plans for the battery storage people some time back, and you kind of looked ahead and you want to plan out just the way we don't want to have too many public hearings on one night. We want to schedule presentations and work session discussions. So you need to know when you can schedule the meetings. So you just can't do it kind of ad hoc, because that's going to make it more difficult for you to do any.
So Susan, what,
That's,
what,
but that's still something the supervisor and I have to
discuss,
coincide with.
right,
But
so.
not
I
just
will-
the supervisor, this is the town board who has
That's
to
his
have.
job.
May I? Thank you.
Yeah.
So, I will say that the beginning of the year, with everything going on, the way the transition went, I did not have the time for, or the process, I should say, for the proper planning. I've already been 3-4 weeks ahead in meetings, which now I'm actually fell behind because I didn't realize that the 7th meeting is actually a full meeting. I thought it was organizational, and I didn't have to worry about that. So I will start working on that tomorrow. But I've been setting up the meeting dates with Lorraine and what I want to get on, what I want to discuss, and balance it out. I talk a lot about balance, but that's one thing that I have been a little lacking on with the meeting schedules, is how do we balance the things that are coming through. So I'm aware of it. We're pre-planning. I will know in advance if I need to add a 4th meeting, because, look, I got a lot of stuff on here. So that's, but I do think that the month where we have the 2-week break, I'm definitely not happy with that. I think it's just too long to wait. There's some things that need to go, and especially as next year, I'm going to slam the door on all of these like last minute add-ons to the agenda.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
So we could get it out on Monday. I hope some of my department heads are still listening, but that's something that we're going to really, curtail, because it gets crazy. If there's an emergency, that's fine. We understand that, but there've been. As a matter of fact, the last meeting, Diana, what time did you finish the agenda?
A minute before?
Probably.
No,
yes,
it was.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, it was like
6:25.
while we were
It's not
starting.
right.
Gotta make a
It's-
change.
it's
Absolutely
difficult.
not. It's not right for anyone.
And sometimes there's emergencies where we do have to change it, so, and that's
I-
what happened.
Of course, emergencies
But-
happen, but it's one thing for if I want to prepare for a meeting, but think about the public. They want to know, do I have to come to this meeting, because what are you going to discuss?
Absolutely.
And they can't make a decision at 6 o'clock.
But
I would-
typically, we send out a tentative on Friday, and now and my discussion with Ed was to do it on a final on Monday and a tentative on Thursday, so that we can give people more time and ourselves more time.
And I want to add one more piece of business that needs to be done to me, and I think to our taxpayers ASAP, and that's dealing with the changes in the water law. Dealing with.
Already working on that.
Well, I know we're working on it, but I
No,
would
no,
like to.
the scheduling.
I
Susan.
would like to see that, since Paul has already given Adam tentative language, that could be ready for referral out next week, so we can schedule a hearing for January, because it's money that we're losing, all right? And this is important, and this has been long, long delayed. So if Adam can get that legislation ready for us for next week, which is our last meeting of the year, and then Diana can schedule the hearing in, let's say, the 2nd meeting in January, something like that.
Probably would be more like the 3rd.
The 3rd.
And I just wanna
But
go-
let's not wait until January to first discuss it
And
and
then when we
refer
do
it
have
out.
those public hearings, okay? And I'm gonna speak even for just myself and everyone else, whether it's the public or it's us, let's stick to why we're talking about the public hearing. Because even in just what we talked about with the overlay right now in a discussion, it's way too much. I mean, I have 5 pages of notes, and I understand that I have separate notes, but it's way too much to process. And that's how, the person at the podium can confuse us because we're throwing in things that we don't need, and we can lose track of what we're actually trying to do, and now it's midnight. So I think it's our responsibility, both our fiduciary and our ethical responsibility, to stick with what the hearings are. Pause, say, I apologize, I hear it's urgent, email it to us, we're gonna stick to this, because that'll make the hearings more efficient, and also somebody, including the public, because I've actually met with public about it, they're like, wait, but what was that about? Because there was so much talked about. And I think that also will make, because I have a town board meeting every Tuesday, I never changed it. So I'm sorry, guys, that I'm like, do we have a meeting today? So I'll show up every Tuesday, but I think that what I'm finding is the amount of information and the delay is because we get off track, big time.
So I just have one thing to say regarding your water rates. I think it's unfair just to say next week, here's the law, we're gonna put it in for
I
January,
agree.
because that's raising people's rents, water rents.
No, we're not
The,
talking
Or
about.
the-
water
no,
the-
not-
the
rates,
commercial,
whatever
the
it is,
commercial
water
meter
rates.
is what
No,
we're
it should
on.
not be
It's
applied.
just the
So,
meters.
so
It's
shouldn't
just-
people be aware of the fact that their water rates are gonna be?
Well, the
No,
the commercial meter testing law is what we're
This is
looking at.
just,
But
just
yes, you're
the
right.
immediate thing is the water meter and the notice about the testing. The raise of rent, which I understand when we had our budget discussions, that's not, you budgeted that to start like in the spring or August or
It needs
something.
courtesy.
So we have
It
time.
still needs to be, yeah, we don't have that much time, like you said.
too much
We
money.
can't wait till the end, it's a process, and everything has to be, if we do decide on it, everything needs to be approved, and then they need to be able to process and get ready
That's
for
right,
it.
but the more urgent thing is the meter.
water
is-
meter
is the-
testing,
is the-
yes,
is the meter
absolutely.
testing, and that's something that Paul,
No, because you said losing money.
Well, we are.
We are, but when you said losing money, I think
Yeah.
what we heard was to start increasing the revenue.
No.
What you're saying is to perfect what's outstanding
We're
still.
losing money on the inaccurate meters. We are going to get additional revenue because it makes sense to increase the water rate. That's something else. One is just increasing the rates.
No, I
The
hear
other
that.
is capturing what we're losing, hundreds of thousands of dollars, I believe. That
So
we're losing.
I've been trying to catch up with Paul's emails, and there are a few that I need to get to.
I'm going to send you one or two little comments, I think, that,
That's
and I'll
fine.
send it to Adam, and I think that could be on the agenda, because it's a process, we have to refer it out.
I understand, and once again, I'm already working on that. I saw his email come across, I glanced at it, I haven't been able to comment, and we will definitely get there, so.
And you want to think about the fourth meeting, or you're just going to leave it ad hoc?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to our town clerk, I'm gonna look at some of the things coming up. I already have input from everyone on the board, I have some ambivalence, I have one against, one for.
I
So,
think we've said that already.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't think it needs to be repeated.
well, I'm gonna repeat it, because she asked a question and maybe forgot
I know.
what we went through, but I'm
just-
recapping.
There have been things that just haven't been attended to, and I think.
I know.
And I also heard the public speak about it and that they wanted shorter, more effective meetings and more meetings because we take away. But I actually am feeling that if we don't tighten our belt and get down to business and not play this back and forth game, which is this lollipop candy gram game, that we don't get anything done anyway. So what makes me believe that in 4 meetings, if we're always off task, we're not going to be here till midnight anyway?
We're not off task. We had questions.
No, we go off task.
Well,
Because
today-
I'm asking
I go
questions.
on.
I'm
Hold on,
asking
hold on,
questions.
please.
I'm asking questions that weren't asked before,
know what?
so you can blame me.
No,
for-
no. Guys, today was just a convoluted subject because the way the law is set up.
Yeah.
So today's abnormal. We've been doing better, but once again, repeating comments, and I try to say it when we have meetings, and for comments when people come up. You know, it's great to say ditto, and everything moves a little faster. We need to curtail and police ourselves on that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
all of us.
Yes. All right, can I have a motion to go home?
Motion to go home.
Adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Good night, Yorktown. Get home safe.